Howdy, howdy, and meowdy. Happy Sunday, catfish. I hope you're all having a fantastic start to your Sunday, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time zone it may be. I'm having a pretty good start to my Sunday. It is finally cooling off a bit, which is really nice. No more insane heat for a bit, at least. It's good. The heat's gonna come back, but at least we get to avoid it for a while, which is good. But yeah, we had a pretty good week. Finished Metal Gear Solid 2, finished Dawnguard and Skyrim. And today we are going to tackle the entirety of Free Endwalker in Final Fantasy XIV. Patches 5.4 to 5.55, which I think is 26-ish quests. It's gonna be a longer stream, but it'll be worth it, because that means next Sunday we get to start Endwalker. And that is exciting. Endwalker's so good. And since this is gonna be a longer stream, let us get right into the gameplay goodness. Just let's yap while we're getting things set up. Pop and it's a pop. Pop. Okay. Okay, let's see. Pop. Connecting to data center. Pop. And let's close the word editor. Don't need that open. While we're loading in, I'm gonna check and see how many quests specifically we have to do. Fantasy 14 main scenario quests. Post Shadowbringers 2, aka Pre and Walker. And 6 and oh, we have 19. That is less than I was remembering. Even better. It's still going to be a long stream because we've got some dungeons, some solo instances, and other goodness to do. But 19 quests is quite a bit less than I was expecting. Oh, greetings, Pannifer. Come to look in on our friends? Rest assured, everyone is quite well. I've been keeping a close eye on them and have satisfied myself that they are all in fine health. As a matter of fact, they're just about to convene in Dawn's Respite to discuss how best to use their pent-up energy. Let's join them, shall we? Gladly, I'll gladly join our friends.
Well, my friends, now that we have all settled back into our bodies, it is time we resumed our duties in earnest. Let us speak of our plans.
Hooray, voice
Since the Emperor's
cutscenes.
death, it's been one unsettling rumor after another. I've a mind to pay a visit to Garlemald to ascertain the truth of the matter.
A prudent endeavor. 'Tis of the essence that we establish the full extent of the threat, not least if it should prove that Xenos doth indeed orchestrate events from the shadows. In light of which possibility, I shall accompany thee on thy mission. Be assured that thou shalt find me more a help than a hindrance. Thou requirest another to imbue thine ammunition, dost thou not?
Boys trip. Boys trip.
Assuming that's settled, there's something I've been meaning to look into as well.
Welcome back, everyone.
Hey, it's Lise.
Lise!
You're fine now, right? No more headaches or keeling over?
That's right. We're fighting fit and raring to go.
The famous Lise Hext, former scion and hero of the
Oh,
Alameda Resistance.
Graha. You can quit fanboying.
I don't believe we've met.
Really? It's so easy to assume that all Archons are acquainted. But then I suppose your fields of expertise are rather different.
Graha here, at your service. I have read much and more about your exploits, Commander. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance.
Likewise. The others told me all about
Ah,
you.
Graha is such a dork. I love him.
Do not be so sure. Words scarcely do justice to the vital role he played in our victory in the first. A more dependable comrade one would be hard-pressed to find.
Oh, right. I did glance at the report. But I'd be lying if I said I understood half of it. Well, that's a lot to take in. Just to be clear, this means we're not heading for another calamity, does it?
Shorn of their unsundered master's leadership, what Ascians remain shall struggle to see their plans to fruition. And though I would ever advise caution, I believe we may rest easy for a time.
I'll take that as a yes. Even so, I don't know what to make of this business about Hydaelyn and Zodiac being primals.
A difficult truth to bear, yes. But at last we understand the nature of our adversary. And if there are no further calamities, neither will there be rejoinings, meaning Zodiac will never regain his full strength. Even so, as the oldest and mightiest of primals, he remains a force to be feared. Though his is a power born of the desire for salvation, we have seen the havoc it may wreak. And it falls to us to ensure that it is never again brought to bear upon this star.
But tell us, Lys, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?
What do you mean? Isn't seeing my long-lost comrades reason enough? Alright, there was one other matter. I have a message from the Alliance, and before you ask, yes, it's about the Empire. So, after Emperor Varys' assassination, it seems his cousin Nerva made a bid for the throne. The trouble is, he wasn't the only one with designs on it, and it didn't take long for a civil war to break out. And it's not just in the provinces. Early reports say huge swathes of the Imperial capital have been reduced to rubble. The Alliance will soon convene in Alamigo to decide on a course of action, and we were hoping you'd come along.
Well, as it happens, Urianger and I were just this moment planning a little trip to Garlemald. And we should be grateful for any advice the Alliance can provide on how best to make the most of our visit.
To Alamigo, then.
Why don't you go on without me? There's something I need to look into.
Oh, forgive me. You were just telling us. What is it, if I may ask?
I want to find a way to cure the Tempered.
Of course. You think it may be possible to adapt the treatment you used to help those corrupted by the Sin Eaters?
I'm sorry, a cure for tempering? But that would change everything. Alizé, consider yourself uninvited. Go and find us this cure.
I'll do my best.
Never change, Lys.
I was hoping you might join me. Don't worry if not, though. I won't hold it against you if you'd rather attend a stuffy meeting.
Meeting's gross. What meeting?
I knew you'd say yes.
I'll come too. If you don't mind, that is.
Mind? I'm sure they would be glad of your company. Pray, enjoy your time together with your hero.
No. That's not... I simply thought my knowledge might be of some use.
G'raha, you're such a dork. But we love you.
We shall be on our way then. Godspeed.
When I set out to save Halric, I think Gabu was always at the back of my mind. And having proved that the light corrupted are not lost, I am convinced that the same must be true of the tempered. Similar to those corrupted by the Sin Eaters, the Aether of Gabu's soul has been rendered stagnant. Though the root cause is different, perhaps the solution is the same. It is by no means an unreasonable hypothesis, Alize, and it warrants full investigation. There's even a chance we can save Gabu, we have to try. But however much I'd like to race over to Limsa and set to work, there's no room for recklessness, not when a child's life is at stake. As I'm sure Backlog would remind us, we still know little or less about the soul. Any number of things could go wrong if we don't exercise due caution. And so, before attempting anything, we should learn all we possibly can about tempering. There's just one problem. Research into the condition has long since ground to a halt, and the combined work of the many scholars involved doesn't exactly amount to a wealth of knowledge. Out of the modern scholars, perhaps, but what of their ancient counterparts? I know the Allagans took a more than passing interest in the subject. And if what we seek is to be found anywhere, it would surely be at the Aether Chemical Research Facility. Oh boy, we're going back there. Where they experimented on Primals and their worshippers? Yes? Good thinking. I've never actually been there myself, but I did read the reports on Azizla, which means we'll be needing an airship. An airship, you say? Meet me at the northern bank of Silvertear Lake. I've got a little surprise for you. Oh, and come prepared to travel. I'm always prepared to travel. Okay, but now, do I want to keep rocking this outfit, or... I mean, the pajamas are to be cute. Got the K-pop outfits, Schoolgirl version 2, other K-pop outfit. You know what, let's rock pajamas for now. The pajamas are cute. We haven't used this in a while. We're back from our big adventure and we're cozy. We are ready to do nothing of intense importance for quite a while. Definitely taking its time to load things. But yeah, I'm glad we're heading to Heavensward zones. Specifically this one, where we didn't have to do any side quests. Literally all of the Aether Currents and Azizla just came from doing the main story. I give you the Bonanza, the Scion's very own airship. I built her as a comedy project with the help from our friends at the Rising Stones and named her for luck and prosperity. Tataru, this is amazing. We'll be able to fly just about anywhere we want. Our garments are impressive enough, but to build an entire airship, I see the annals did not exaggerate the many talents of the Scion's fabled Coin Keeper. Hee. I'd also introduce myself as your pilot, except the training didn't go quite as well as I'd hoped. But that's alright, because we hired this capable fellow here instead. Bonanza is equipped with a full complement of mana cutters, by the way. Feel free to use them to get around Azizla. But enough talk, it's time to fly. All aboard. Ooh. Honestly, Sid would be jealous of the way that airship flies. Tataru has outdone herself. Anyway, here we are on Azizla, and Alphino's report did not do the scale of this place justice. This appears to be Helix, which means we stand in the Alpha Quadrant. To the east lies the Beta Quadrant, and... yes, I believe I have my bearings. Though this is my first time on Azizla, I do have some familiarity with the place thanks to the records in the Crystal Tower. Unless I am mistaken, this path leads to an Aetheryte, beyond which there will be an information terminal. I suggest we begin our search there. Aside from A Realm Reborn, Azizla is the only place where you just have to do the main story to get flying. Everything else requires you doing main story and side quests and Aether Currents. And I will eventually do probably do the Heavensward ones off stream before next one. And here is the terminal. A moment while I search for the archives for references to tempering. There we are. Iconic, corruption, and overview. That sounds promising. Indeed. Let us see what this report has to say. Confound it. The contents appear to have been deleted. What? Oh, isn't there something you can do? Not from here, I'm afraid. But it may be that another copy of the report exists elsewhere. The question is, where to look? It says here the report was written by someone named Owen. Is it likely that he kept a copy? I would say it is a distinct possibility. Assuming he was a researcher here, he will have had quarters on the Havosphere and ascertain the details at Havosphere Control. Let us return to the Bonanza and avail ourselves of the mana cutters. You will need them to reach our destination. I forgot, you already have a suitable means of transport, don't you? No need to waste time accompanying us back to the ship then. We'll see you at the Havosphere. I already have a mana cutter. And also... giant robot! Ah, hoo-ha, giant robot. is better than a mana cutter. I forgot that Azizla has such good music. If the late Owen did indeed have a chamber here, this node will be able to tell us its number. There. From what I recall of the layout, it should be somewhere in the vicinity of... Warning. An evacuation order is presently in effect. Entry to the Havosphere is not permitted at this time. Foiled again. In all likelihood, the order would have been imposed during the 4th Umbral Calamity, and I doubt it will be lifted in the near future. Energy level critical, returning to base for recharging. Well, surely there must be some other way to gain access. Force, for example. Ere we resort to that, I have an idea. Were we to send a surge of energy through yonder control mechanism, it should prompt the system to restart, releasing the locks. As for a suitable energy source, a concentrated lightning shard might suffice. Happily, I seem to recall that they are known to form at points of stagnant aether throughout the continent. Seem to recall? Are you honestly telling me that was in the records too? Ha, I am. A report sent to the capital mentioned that lightning aspected aether was prone to pooling on the continent, resulting in surges that interfered with equipment. A minor detail, I grant you, but in my role as caretaker of the Crystal Tower, there was no such thing as too much elegant knowledge. Sighed. My studies helped me to feel connected to the source, to home. I must have explored this facility 1,000 times in my mind, but to finally stand here with the two of you, is more exhilarating than I can well express. Now then, the lightning shard. If I may, I suggest we split up and search the Beta Quadrant. Oh, but beware of sprites. They are wont to manifest where the aether is stagnant. Now you're just showing off, which makes me think we should make a contest of this. First to return here if the shard wins. What do you say? I'm down. Very well. It would be my honor to come third. Bruh, how you choose to aim for first? You should always aim for first. Don't accept third. Okay. Oh, it's in here. Okay. Well, these guys are going to not be a problem because they're level 59. Bravo! That was quite a show, adventurer. Why, the spectacle proved so enthralling that all thoughts of the prize slipped my mind. I appear to have forfeited our little race. Congratulations, the lightning shard is yours. Huh? Oh, it's Graha. You remember that? In my defense, I was caught up in the moment. It isn't every day you meet an honest-to-God's hero, after all. Well, the contest continues, so you had better hurry back. But one last thing. Thank you, Pennifer, for bringing me here. You know what? Let's ride our bird. Let's take our bird out for a spin. Man, we're already, like, we haven't even been playing for, like, maybe half an hour at most, and we're already about to be done with the second quest of 19. We're making good progress. I know some of the quests are going to be shorter, some of the quests are going to be longer, but it's all going to be fun. Fun on a bun in the sun. It appears Alice had no luck, so victory is yours. Congratulations. Now then, may I have the shard? One shard. What is it that makes you so much better at finding things? What do you have that I don't? That is the question I too have asked myself on numerous occasions. I suspect we could both learn a great deal from Pennifer, and not only about the secrets of adventuring. Come, we should attend to our mission. I'm honestly not even trying. It just happens. It's probably even more disappointing to hear that I'm not even trying. Excellent. The system responded exactly as intended. We now have access to the Havosphere. Only one obstacle remains. Security systems within. Should they be triggered, they can make life rather difficult for us. In light of which, pray leave the rest to me. If I am right, my royal blood should allow me to venture in unmolested. Assuming this place works like the Crystal Tower, yes, but if it doesn't, you'll be on your own. I want you to promise us that you'll get out at the first sign of trouble. I promise. Wish me luck. Well, nothing forwards but to sit tight. I'm sure this Owen fellow was very learned, but iconic corruption and overview sounds like a studium thesis. We all had to write one. Lest you wonder, mine was about the combat applications of Aether. I'm nothing if not practical. Alphonse was more philosophical, of course. Political, dare I say it. He chose to write a lengthy discourse on our nation's duty to the world. Controversial subject, to say the least. He asserted that Charlene's knowledge should rightly be used to protect all life on the star, in direct opposition to the country's cherished policy of non-intervention. Being a leading member of the Forum, our father was not happy. At the time, of course, Alphino was utterly convinced of his views and would cheerfully argue to the death with anyone who saw things differently. By which I mean, the rows were long. To be fair to him, though, he's since learned to be a little more open-minded, but deep down he still holds fast to that one belief, and I admire him for it. I should have liked to meet the young Alphino. For what it's worth, my thesis concerned the elegant civilization as depicted in folklore. Oh, you're back. I didn't know you attended the studium. I didn't. A thesis was required to earn my Archon's mark. My peers at the Students of Aldessian convinced me to write one with the promise of unfettered access to forbidden tomes. Though I considered it no more than a means to an end at the time, I will admit it was gratifying to have my efforts acknowledged. Good gods, an Archon's thesis. I shudder to imagine the work involved. But enough about that. Is this the fruit of your foray? Yes. Owen's archive node. It was waiting for me in his chamber. If a copy of his report still survived, it would be stored in this device. Shall we find out? Initializing. Scanning for a registered user. User not found. To proceed as a guest, please complete biometric authentication. Verifying. Authentication complete. Guest identified as member of the royal family. I am at your most humble service, Your Highness. It never ceases to amuse me. 'Tis but a pity the effect will not last forever. Toga and Une said as much when they granted me this gift, but until such time as it fades, I shall use it gratefully. Search archive for iconic corruption. Searching. One item found. Iconic corruption and overview. The report is locked by the author. Please state password. Oh, go on then, Your Highness. Tell the nice node the password. Right, let's see. Open sesame. Glory be to Alag. Long live Emperor Zande. Lalilulelo, Shalashashka, Open Sesame, Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo, Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious? No, none of those. Lame. Confound it. Come now. Passwords are invariably short and simple. For instance, oh, don't tell me. Of course she tries password as the password. The notion that the password could be something so inane would be laughable were it not dangerously stupid. Furthermore, your conduct in the presence of His Highness is grossly inappropriate. The node is literally just saying, know your place, trash. That node is very rude. It's very rude, but it's funny. What did that thing just call me? It called you trash. More or less. Password incorrect. Again, be warned that any further inappropriate behavior in the presence of His Highness will not be tolerated. Oh right, that's it. I say we dismantle it and manually extract what we need. Now, let's not be too hasty. A single misstep and we risk losing the report altogether. I believe this may be a task for Sid and his colleagues. If anyone can coax Machina into cooperating, it is them. Come, let us bear the node back to the Rising Stones. I still can't believe the node basically called Alice a trash. It just said, know your place, trash. That's comedy. That's straight up comedy right there. I didn't know the node could be such a rude little jerk. I should probably mention that I have yet to meet Sid since waking up. Ambrose did send word to the Ironworks, but it appears our friend has been afield on urgent business. Nevertheless, I assure you my proposal to seek his help is no pretext, however much I might look forward to seeing him again. Him and everyone. But come, let us be on our way. Look at him all but running. How sweet. Still, it wouldn't do to keep him waiting, shall we? And back to more donuts we go. I want a donut or a bear claw. An apple fritter sounds yummy right now. I'd have to go out at some point so we can just get some apple fritters or bear claws, because that sounds yummy. Whoosh. Wonderful news, Pennifer. Tatari contacted Sid on our behalf and he is on his way here even as we speak. While we wait, I should like very much to hear what transpired at the Alliance Council. Would you be so kind, Kryl? As you know, the meeting was convened to discuss how best to respond to recent events in Garlemald. According to intelligence from Redoman allies, the War of Succession rages on and the Empire remains without a leader. Amidst the chaos, the Imperial legions in the provinces have begun to move independently of the motherland. Of greatest concern to us is the Third, a legion aligned with Lord Nerva. It appears they have received substantial financial backing from House Brutus. Brutus, aren't they the ones who took in Yatsuyu and Asahi? This bodes well. Xenos' movements, meanwhile, remain shrouded in mystery. We're hoping that Thancred and Urianger will be able to shed some light on his activities when they return. Until such time as they do, the Allied leaders feel it would be unwise to interfere in the conflict, and so, thanks in part to the Imperial withdrawal from Gimlet, they have decided to turn their attention to the primal problem once more. Working with friendly factions among the Beast tribes, they hope to reopen dialogue and explore new avenues for peace. Given the timing, I suspect they wish to put their respective houses in order ahead of a decisive clash with the Empire. Whatever their intent, this is not a problem easily solved. The Lamentans, in particular, struggle in their efforts, and Alphino and Y'shtola have been called upon to aid them. So long as we are dealing with the Tempered, I'm afraid no amount of dialogue will avail us. But if we can develop a treatment for tempering, then anything is possible. Which is why we must succeed. And we will. And on that cheery note, why not make yourselves comfortable in Dawn's respite? I'll show Cid in as soon as he arrives. I'm down to chill, to being chilled for a little. While we wait for our main Cid. Cid. Forgive us for not coming to see you sooner, my friend. As you may have heard, we have had our hands full. In our defense, you are up rather early. I was under the impression you'd be sleeping a while longer. Oh, I would have been had you not fulfilled your promise. I still struggle with that idea. From where I stand, the secrets of traversing time and space seem exactly as unfathomable as they ever did. But if an alternate version of myself has already laid them bare, I dare say that frees me up to concentrate on other endeavors. Speaking of which, you wanted my help with something? What is it? Well, a treatment for tempering, and for the next step, you need to find the password to this Allagan's report. Just so, with nary a clue to guide us, we could be here forever and still not guess correctly, and thus we turn to you. Well, I'd love to say that we could help you, so I will. Once suitably configured, a Magitech terminal should make short work of identifying the password. I knew I could rely on you. Now, anticipating that it might be of use, I took the liberty of borrowing a tombstone from Rembrose. It contains an Allagan dictionary. Good thinking. I'll transfer the information to a terminal and set it to work right away. Looks like it's finished. Let's see. Freedom. Password is freedom. Short and simple, just as I said. Would you care to do the honors, Your Highness? I would, milady. Tips, Fedora. Node, open the report entitled Iconic Corruption in Overview. Password, freedom. Password accepted. Bloop. Opening report. This report seeks to provide an overview of the mechanism by which icons corrupt and bind men to their will. The phenomenon we call corruption refers to the alteration of the aether of the soul. Said aether ordinarily exists in equilibrium, no one element being more prominent than another. But when a subject is exposed to the aether of an icon, this changes, the soul taking on the properties of the entity in question. By way of an example, exposure to the aether of the fiend, Sephiroth, would cause the subject's aether to become aligned with the element of earth. As a consequence, the subject would attain heightened affinity with earth-aspected magics, as well as preternatural levels of endurance. Repeated exposure would further enhance these traits, ultimately altering the subject's very flesh. The changes undergone with the subject are not solely attributable to elemental alignment, however. Further testing has determined that the subject's soul becomes umbrally charged or stagnant during the process. This stagnation of the soul has the effect of diluting the sense of self, rendering the subject vulnerable to the will of the icon, thoughts of whom come to consume their entire existence. In this manner, do the corrupted become worshippers of the icon, their prayers serving to further empower the entity. Having discerned the mechanism of iconic corruption, my colleagues and I set out to develop a material capable of shielding one from its effects. An endeavor in which we were successful, albeit at great cost. In the course of testing, many of my assistants, good men and women all, fell victim to corruption, and in accordance with protocol, they were summarily put to death. I subsequently submitted a proposal to investigate potential cures for corruption, but it was rejected, deemed non-essential by Lord Amon. Though I knew it would be fruitless, I protested the decision, and for my impertinence, I have been stripped of rank and title and will shortly be expelled from this facility. In all likelihood, this report will be expunged from the archives. Nonetheless, I record it in the hope that one day someone will undertake to do that which I could not, and find a cure for the victims of iconic corruption. End recording. So not even the Allagans were able to find a cure, or rather, were not given the chance to do so. One cannot help but wonder what motivated Lord Amon's decision. More importantly, this confirms that stagnation of the soul is indeed the problem, and Angelo can remedy that. True. If it were simply to reanimate a tempered soul, I fear it would do not to diminish the individual's fanatical faith. Indeed, it may well intensify it. No, we would somehow need to suppress the primal's hold over the subject at the same time, or risk them ever remaining its thrall. If we could only make them remember who they were. But of course, memory transference. The process has the effect of compartmentalizing memories, separating them into manageable bundles, if you will. By adapting the technique, it may be possible to achieve selective reanimation. That is, limit the effects to only those memories that existed prior to tempering. Through thus restoring the sense of self, we could theoretically drown out the incitements of false faith which had come to dominate the individual's thoughts. I see. The theory seems sound, and our experience treating the light corrupted would help us to identify suitable memories for reanimation. But are you confident you can adapt memory transference as required? I seem to recall your attempts to do so while trying to bring us home culminated in literal bloodletting. They did, you are right. Despite my best efforts, I could not recreate the mechanism, and I can see that the rather clumsy compromise I reached would not provide the basis for a cure. Perhaps it's better that we consider another approach. Your doubts are understandable, but this time I believe we have reason to be confident. You see, nodes such as this were built with the ability to simulate magics. This leads me to believe that it may be capable of performing simulations of the transference technique. If so, we would be able to conduct years' worth of tests within the space of a few days. In theory, it would be no different from how we identified the password. But it will take more calculating power, a lot more. I honestly couldn't say whether our equipment would be up to the task. Tell me, Sid, why do you suppose Owen locked his report behind the password? To keep it from prying eyes, of course. Why else? Wait. A password that could be guessed by anyone with leisure and a dictionary wouldn't keep it from a person minded to look. No. He wanted his report to be seen by those who strive for freedom. Not unlike the members of a certain distinguished engineering collective, I believe their motto was freedom through technology or some such. You two, round up as many Magitech terminals as you can find and bring them to the workshop. Right away, Chief. Things are about to get very busy. Lucky we have you to help, eh? Right. While Grahati and I configure the terminals, I want the rest of you to procure supplies. Namely, ceruleum to fill the terminals and ice shards to keep them cool. The more we have of both, the better. Leave the ice shards to me. I'll round up some adventurers and go on a gathering spree. In that case, I'll trust Pennifer and Alice with the ceruleum. Here's a promissory note for each of you. Take them to the Scastio manufactory in Ishgard and the ceruleum processing plant in Thanalan. The people there will give you what we need. Yours is a well-known face in the Holy See, I believe. If it's all the same to you, I'll head to Thanalan. Let's go, Ishgard, baby! I haven't been back here in a bit. And I'll be teleported. I'm gonna lean over and grab a drink. God, Capri Sun is so good. That's the housing district. That's the firmament. The firmament. Well, unlock the housing district off stream just because I like browsing and seeing people's homes. You stand at the Sky Steel Manufactory. What is it you require? Give me your ceruleum. So you are after ceruleum. In that case, please present the note to our engineer at the airship landing. He shall be glad to assist you. Easy peasy. Or should I say, no, easy peasy. It's not a jeezy peasy moment. Ain't nothing jeezy peasy about this. It's easy peasy, extra lemon squeezy. Hop. Cerulean, you've come to the right man. Fair warning, though. The price has shot up on account of the uncertainty with the Empire, so I hope you got the coin. Well now, a promissory note from the Ironworks. Don't see many of these. Not that it's a problem, it's as good as gold to me. Let's go, baby! It's Aymeric, our bro.
My friend! After the disappointment of not seeing you in Alamigo, what
Hehehehe.
good fortune to chance upon you here of all places. As you may have heard, the Allied nations are making a renewed effort to address the primal problem. To that end, have I invited the chieftain of the Vanu to Ishgard, that we might together plot a course. Since the war with the Empire appears to be nearing its conclusion, I would also like to call upon Estinian's lance. Alas, he is, as ever, a difficult man to find. I am informed he recently paid a visit to the Rising Stones. Should he happen to do so again, be sure to pass on my regards, won't you? But tell me, what business brings you to our fair city this day? A cure for tempering. You never cease to amaze me. Until now, our only hope has been prevention, our every failure irrevocable. But this would rewrite the rules of engagement. It could end the cycle of bloodshed. Very well. You shall have all the ceruleum we can provide, and an airship with which to transport it. In this matter, you may count on Ishgard's full support.
Yeah, buddy. We love Aymeric here. Aymeric is our bro. One of many bros. And away we go. Holy crap. Look at all of the machines, the ice crystals. This is gonna be good.
Who would have thought ceruleum weighed so much?
Hehehehe.
Serves me right for being stubborn, I suppose. I should have just done what you did and accepted help.
Good work, you two. This is all we asked for and more. Quite a lot more, now that I look at it. Lord Aymeric, eh? And entirely by chance.
We have also succeeded in configuring the terminals, thanks in no small part to our able assistant.
It's been a while, hero. You seem surprised to see me. Lest you
Let's go,
misunderstand,
it's
I've never
Nero.
trusted such things as cures for tempering. But if you mean to achieve that which eluded even the storied Allagans, it seemed plain.
Oh,
that
this
you
just gets
require
better
my
and better. We get
expertise.
to see Nero.
And so it proved. Is that not right, Garland?
I love Nero. Nero's so good.
Ask Jessie. She was the one who hired you. All I know is you're an employee of the Ironworks now, so you're bloody well earned your
That wasn't the only reason I agreed to cooperate. I'm reliably informed that Garland and I are destined to unravel the secrets of travel not only across dimensions, but through time. Doubtless the lion's share of the credit lies with me. 9 paths to Garland's one. And this research will be a stepping stone to that illustrious achievement.
Very well then. I'll do 1/10 of the work. Just the part that's beyond you.
Whatever you say, Garland.
Right. If everyone's ready, let's begin.
Let's do this.
All appears to be in order. Now, we just have to wait for it to find us our magic. Why not take this opportunity to put your feet up? This may take a while.
Don't mind if I do. Oh, gladly have a nap, maybe a snack. Little itty bitty rest. Napping sitting though.
Damn it.
Oh, that's a rude awakening.
She won't last much longer!
We'll have to shut it down.
Wait! We're close! So very close!
Oh.
Well, this is going swimming.
Please, a moment longer. I beg you. There! I was able to memorize the magic before it faded. It still needs to be put to the proof, but I believe we have our cure.
Let's go. Hell yeah, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Oh, we're cooking with ceruleum. Everything's kind of fried, but worth it.
Just as well. She'll never run again.
The fault is mine. I'm sorry.
Don't be. It may fall short of dimension hopping, but a cure for tempering is not to be sniffed at. This, my friend, is a world-changing discovery. One we're proud to have had a hand in. A few Magitech terminals are a pittance to pay.
That's the spirit.
Thank you.
Well, we've done what we can. The rest is up to you.
At long last, we have our cure. In theory, at any rate. Cannot be certain until such time as we put it to the proof, but I am quietly confident. Well, if we were to test it on someone, then I suggest Gabu. His symptoms are relatively mild. It's gonna be fine. Yes, as long as we exercise due caution, it will be fine. Without further ado, then, let us make for Limsa. We've kept Gabu waiting long enough. Ba-ba-ba. Hmm. Definitely been a while since I was last in Limsa for any reason. Well, this is the moment of truth. I'll have our hosts bring Gabu to us at once.
Apologies for the wait. Gabu, have you been good? Still no change, I'm afraid. He just stands there in silence until we move him.
It's all right now. We're going to help you get better.
Fancy meeting you here.
Alphino Y'shtola! I thought you were attending to primal matters.
We were, and came here for a meeting on the subject. Certain pirate factions did not deign to attend, however, and it was cancelled.
We had resigned ourselves to having wasted a journey when we chanced to espy you. Could it be that there has been progress with the treatment? Using Magitech terminals to formulate the solution. I would never have contemplated such an approach.
So this new magic, adapted from memory transference, would be used to purge the subject of their fanatical faith, while Angelo would be responsible for reanimating the ether of their soul. Yet I wonder at the practicalities. If one were to reanimate the soul first, it would only serve to exacerbate the tempering. Conversely, a stagnant soul would not respond to the effects of the magic. Would both need to be performed simultaneously?
Ah, nothing escapes Master Matoya's inquiring eye. As you say, both must be carried out simultaneously. And thus, I propose to imbue Angelo with the tempering treatment in much the same manner as I did the spirit vessels.
By doing so, we also spare Graha the trouble of casting spell after spell. It's really rather efficient.
Be that as it may, certain difficulties are unavoidable. The imbuing process will still require no small amount of ether. And, as I can no longer draw upon the Crystal Tower's stores of energy, I will be compelled to rely on those of others.
Well, I, for one, would be glad to assist.
As would I. Since the resumption of our duties, it has been naught but stuffy meetings, and I have ample ether to spare.
Excellent. With your permission, then, let us begin. Yes, this will do. And now, it's my turn. Tis done.
No small amount indeed.
Well, we seek to go where even the Allagans did not. It was never like to be easy. The rest is up to you, Alize. The treatment itself will take time and focus, so we will need a quiet room. I'm sure our hosts can spare one. I will go with her. It may be a while before we return, so I would ask for your patience and your faith.
We'll bring Gabu back. You see if we don't.
Twould seem our part is played. Let us find a place to recuperate while we wait for news.
Well, this seems as good a spot as any to have a rest.
For years, Eorzea has labored to find a solution to the primal problem, without success. Any hope that tempering could be reversed faded long ago. I myself had given it up as impossible. Given up on the tempered and the light-corrupted alike. They were problems to be tolerated, or else eliminated, I believed. And to think otherwise was pure naivety. Childishness, even. But Alisaie refused to give up. She struggled and she struggled. And her efforts were rewarded with a way to bring back Halric. And now countless others may no longer be beyond salvation. However much we bicker, I have the greatest respect for my sister. Had I half her stubbornness, nay, her unwillingness to accept the status quo, I would be a far better person. A far better scion. She told you of my graduation thesis. How very embarrassing. Nonetheless, it is comforting and not a little surprising to hear that I'm still capable of impressing my sister. On the rare occasions I'm not annoying her, that is. Alisaie, are you all right?
The treatment. Did it work?
Oh, I'm so glad to see you all. Delighted, happy, glad.
Gaboo!
Yay, Gaboo's back.
All this time, my mind was filled with thoughts of Great Father Titan. But I never forgot about Mother and Father. Always, they were in my heart. Constantly, ever, always. So I tried to focus on their faces. Theirs and yours. Alisaie's and everyone's. And I found that I could remember. One thing, then another, and another.
Your hopes reached Gaboo. They helped him to hold on.
I'm so proud of you, Gaboo.
I couldn't have done it without you, Alisaie. Can you help the others too? Cure them, heal them, help them?
Yes, we can. All of them.
Without wishing to dampen the mood, I feel compelled to add certain caveats regarding the viability of the treatment for general use. As you know, reversing the effects of tempering demands a profuse amount of ether. And while Alisaie was able to heal Gaboo alone, I fear the same will not be true for those who exhibit more advanced symptoms. Moreover, the treatment's effects are limited to the soul. It offers no succor to those whose very flesh has been altered through prolonged exposure to a primal's influence. All of which is to say that we cannot save everyone.
Maybe we can't, or maybe we can. No one gave us a hope of saving Gabu, and yet here we are. We must find a way to treat as many as possible.
Then, the next logical step would be to produce a veritable army of Porkses, would it not? Granted, it seemed a simple enough process in the first, but I suspect it will be different here in the source. Not that I am any authority, of course.
Yet there is an authority on familiars to whom we may grudgingly turn. She's stubborn, haughty, eccentric, irascible, laconic, annoying. And her name is Master Matoya.
We get to see our favorite old lady again. Let's go.
I have to go now, Gabu. But the people here will look after you, all right? And I promise to come and visit you again soon.
All right. Thank you, Alisaie. Thank you.
As she will be at pains to remind me, I have not paid Master Matoya a visit since returning from the first. But this seems as good a time as any. Come, let us make for her cave. Gladly. And I think that is a zone that I do have flying in. No, cringe. We can cruise on over there a bit slower than otherwise. But I think we have a dungeon, so I will glamour myself into some combat appropriate clothes. Not that I mind the pajamas. Let's go with this. This is perfectly combat appropriate and it looks real good. I'm gonna find a mender real quick so I can get my gear all fixed up. I assume the Tinker's a mender. Broom broom, I'm in me mum's car. Get out me car. Aw. I do hope they bring the Final Fantasy 15 collab back, because they've brought it back a few times. I would love to be able to get the car for myself. I think it's like 200,000. And I only have 8,000, so it'd be a grind to get at least. But if they do bring it back again, I will gladly grind. Yeah, I see we have the raid. No, that's not the raid quest. I forget where we start. Where we would start Alexander. But once we finish the main storyline of Endwalker, we will do the raids. We will do Alexander, and then Omega, and then Eden, and then we will start Pandemonium. And we also need to do the quest lines for the trials. Like, I know Heavensward has the Warring Triad. Stormblood has the Four Lords. Shadowbringers has the Sour of Wurlet. I completely forget what Endwalker has. But it will be good. Lots of good content, good side story, good fights. And I'm planning on doing all of the raids synced. We will scrounge up friends if needed and then queue in Duty Finder to do all the raids. I take it you're ready to bear witness to the joys for Yuna, Master and Pupil? Very well. Woohoo! Hee hee! Ha ha! Ho ho!
Nary a word from you all this time. Then you bring every man.
I'm happy that so many of these cutscenes are voiced.
Did no one teach you any manners, girl?
I love Master Matoya.
They were too busy teaching me etherology, Master. Jesting aside, I wanted to be the one to express our gratitude. I am told you spared no effort to sustain our bodies while we were away. And for that, we owe you our lives. Thank you.
You were gone so long. I was starting to think you'd set your heart on staying.
It wasn't easy to leave, as it happens. Seldom does one have the opportunity to study other worlds, and I would not have minded extending my stay by a handful of years.
Ever the scholar. Y'shtola dedicated herself to studying ancient civilizations.
Oh no! Oh, Alpha! No! 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 No!
There she took on the name of Matoya.
No! 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 What is this you have done, my boy? What is this evil you have brought upon yourself?
I merely adopted an alias in accordance with the custom of my hosts. Yours just happened to be the first name that came to
Alpha,
mind.
no, my boy.
You mean to tell me you went gallivanting about using my name and only bother to visit when you need a favor? And don't pretend you don't. I taught you long enough.
Hehehe. Alpha, no.
Indeed. And devoted pupil that I am, I could not fail to recall my master's sage advice. When the answer eludes you, look to the wisdom of your elders.
You there. Were you going to introduce yourself?
How remiss of me. G'rahatia is my name, and I'm proud to call myself a scion. I too wish to offer my gratitude for your invaluable aid in sustaining the Archon's bodies, as well as my apologies. It was my inexpert summoning spell which endangered their lives in the first place.
Ah, yes. The one bent on digging up the mysteries of Alag. Old Galaf used to speak of you. And Kryles told me all about your recent exploits. Do you have a bad back or something? At ease, boy. Whatever mess you've made, I'm not in the habit of dwelling on the failings of the younger generation.
You are too kind. I've also heard much and more about you, Master Matoya. 'Tis an honor to finally make your acquaintance.
Well, that's more than enough pleasantries for anyone. Tell me what you want. I haven't got all day. So that's the way of it. It should be a simple enough matter to make the familiar. The magic, on the other hand.
Ah, that you may leave to me. Being the only one possessed of royal blood, I alone can imbue the subject with the necessary magic.
So I just need to create porxes with the power to stir the soul. Just, I say. Though we're talking about a veritable herd of the little buggers, we'd collapse before we reached double figures. But if I could get a familiar to create the familiars, a mother porxie, as it were. Seems I haven't seen the last of that moldy old hole after all.
Alright, off to my old workshop then. Everything required to make your familiar is there. That may be, but no one has set foot on there since the Exodus. I dread to imagine what has become of it. Oh, there's sure to be a handful of feral familiars and mayhap a monster or two, but nothing to trouble the likes. Oh, I did not mean to skip through that. Fine, we'll do it. Oh no, what? I can click on the event text in the chat box that shows it. Oh, there's sure to be a handful of feral familiars and may have a monster or two, but nothing to trouble the likes of you. You can consider cleaning up the place payment for my help. Fine, we'll do it. Good girl. Now, if there are no other objections, I suggest you run along to the Maker's Quarter. I'll send one of my poragos ahead to let you into the workshop. You need only tell him who you are. One can't be too careful after all. Off you go. And off we go. We're like, what, not even 2 hours into the stream? Not even an hour and 45 minutes of playing. We're already on to the 5th quest. That's one. There'll be 14 more quests after this. We can absolutely knock all of it out today. Easy peasy. Okay, we're teleporting to Idleshire again. Yeah. Spinning in circles. At the rate we're going, we're easily going to be able to finish all 19 quests today. I don't think there's any more dungeons after this. I know there's some solo instances. Those will probably take roughly as long as the dungeon normally should. But it'll be fun. Good story. getting all the setup for Endwalker. It's gonna be great. Because I know some of the quests are going to be pretty short. Some talking, some traveling, some talking. And others, like this, are going to be longer because we have a dungeon redo to do. Thankfully, we are so high level that these enemies shouldn't aggro on us. Oh, howdy, howdy, Dungeon Rat. Thank you for the gift sub. Thank you kindly. Welcome, welcome. Greetings, Ribbit, and welcome to my good Mistress Relict. Furo Rago is my name, and I'm honored to be your guide. Within, you will find a space dedicated to the making of familiars, along with a cavern wherein the requisite ingredients may be had. I must warn you, however, that the place has not played host to a single soul, much less a broom, in over 15 years, and will, I regret, be in some disarray. But rest assured, my brothers and I shall see to it you do not lose your way. Now then, Ribbit, only say the word and I shall show you when. Let's go, dungeon time. Gonna see if I can plunder some peeps from my FC to help. The Maker's Quarter was once home to some of the finest crafters Eorzea had ever seen, but it has lain in forgotten ruins since the Charlatan Exodus. It is there, hidden amongst the overgrown foliage, that the entrance to the former workshop of the Archon Matoria can be found. Seeking to create familiars, you throw open the doors and step into the moldy old hole, the first souls to do so in decades. While I wait to see if anyone in the FC is around, I could just keep the menu members. I had a lot of people. I've been doing some crafting. It looks like they're crafting or whatnot, so that is fine. We can chill and sit in queue and see if anybody does respond. I don't mind being chillin' for a bit. Oh, looks like we have an ad coming up. Maybe the queue pops after the ad, and then be good timing. Okay, we have a healer from our FC to help, so it should go well. Should have a faster queue, which is good because ad break is over. Hooray. And here we go. Q has popped. Time for some good content.
Right. To begin with, I need you to gather a few ingredients. Listen well to what the Porogos say, or you'll wish you had.
Look at this pillow. It's shaped like Y'shtola's head. I love the Y'shtola pillow so much. I wish we could just get the Y'shtola pillow as a housing item so we could put it down. It's so cute. It's literally just Y'shtola's head. These dungeons also have such good music. Sonny of Ziggy. I remember Ziggy. I remember Ziggy from... God, I can't remember the name of the dungeon. I literally saw the portal for our in Matoya's home. Mud man! Mudding hard or hardly mudding? That was almost bad, but it was not. Because we are not god gamers, but we're gaming good at least. Let's go, baby! Yeah, buddy. Aiming, casting, crap-a-rolly. Nothing I need at all. Not that I really need anything, but... What are you doing? Alley-oop. Loo-skidoo, you can too. Alley-oop. Whoosh. Oh, cringe. You had to teleport away when I used that. No, that was the wrong one. And singing in the rain. Ba-doom. Ba-doom, ba-doom. Okay, that would have hurt a lot if we were not up here. Chop, chop, chop. Chop, chop, chop. Probably nothing I have use for. But who's to say? Let's see, loot. Casting. Scouting. It's all great on it. Need on it, but I don't really need it. Fire! Oh, yeah, I love the spicy damage numbers. They're doing big dick damage. Ah, yes, the spicy soup. You must not touch the spicy soup. Chop, chop, chop. Chop, chop, chop. Chop, 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 chop. Chop, chop, chop. Slice, slice, slice. Dice, dice, dice. I know that generally the strat for speeding through this is just to use the command to teleport to the start. I forget what the command is, but there is a command for just teleporting back to the start. You can use infrequently.
Right then, let's get this over with.
Choo choo. Oh, it's so cute.
Newborns are wont to be difficult. Sure, who's in charge?
Gladly. Porcine porcelain, Mother Porksy. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum. Pap, pap, pap. No, 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 she's giving us the suck. No, no, no. No, no, no. You're not gonna give me the suck. Oh, and she's skedaddled. Buffett. Jimmy Buffett. Tenderloins, yum. GG. Ba, 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 ba. So we got a cat girl, a tall dummy mommy woman, a frog, and a lizard. Pass. Ray.
there we are. Quite tame.
Then all that remains is for me to imbue her with the magic. My friends, I'm afraid I must trouble you for your ether once more. That should suffice.
Good. Let's set her to work then, shall we? I want to see some Porkses. Assuming that is, someone can spare the requisite energy. A mere drop in the ocean for the great sorceress Matoya, I dare say. Excellent. Our very own litter of Angelos. And we can make as many more as we want, simply by providing the Mother Porksy with additional ether.
I will require a moment before I try again.
It's still hard work, but a damn sight more efficient than making them one by one. Thank you, Master Matoya. Everyone, we're a step closer to our goal.
Distributed amongst the allied nations, they should do much to facilitate closer dialogue with the beast tribes. And given their present travails, I believe our friends in Limsa Lominsa should be the first beneficiaries.
Agreed. Though I must leave this errand to you. I doubt my legs will carry me out of the cave, much less to Vilbrand. Thank you for taking the lead in gathering the ingredients. I expect you would benefit from a rest too.
In addition to the Porkses, I trust you've gained an inkling of how much effort goes into the creation of familiars. Or mayhap you attribute your struggles to old age.
If I said yes, would it persuade you to treat me like an adult?
Not with that pertness, it wouldn't. Anyway, assuming you have no other favors to ask, I shall be leaving.
Lest you wonder, Master Matoya has returned to her cave with Y'shtola. They are as peas in a pod, are they not? Well then, my friends, let us return to Limsa Lominsa and deliver the good news to the Admiral. A word to the officer in Bulwark Hall should be sufficient to secure us an audience. ba. Oh no, I don't want to use an Aetheroid ticket. That's a waste of tickets. I mean, I know I can get them fairly easy, but I'm going to preserve them. Tidings for the Admiral, you say? She is presently receiving guests, but for the Scions, I know she will make an exception. Follow me. My friends, what brings you here this day? Is this true? By the Navigator, a cure for tempering. As often as I've been in awe of you, Scions, I would not have thought it possible. Yet it is, Admiral. We have done it, here in Limsa, and production of more familiars has already begun. You have my thanks. Truly, this will do much to advance the cause of peace, yet I fear it will take more to close the rift twixt man and beastman. Even to the speak thus divides us. Welcome as it is, a cure will not guarantee reconciliation between our peoples. For though summoning and the tempered may serve to fuel the conflicts, they are but symptoms of it. If we are to resolve the primal problem once and for all, we must address the cause. We must strive for mutual understanding and find a way to leave our bloody past behind. Twas I who moved that the Alliance renew its push for peace. Since our ancestors came to these shores some 7 centuries past, we Laminsons have been at odds with those who share our island home. Save for a brief moment of cooperation with the Kobolds, our history has been one of nigh constant territorial squabbling. Meanwhile, our struggle with the Sahagin for control over the seas has only grown fiercer. A matter made worse by the thrice-damned calamity driving them to seek new spawning grounds. With survival at stake, each had no choice but to fight, so I dismissed peace as impossible. Impossible is a word coined by the weak, I proclaimed to all who'd listen, and then gave up. You and yours put me to shame. Since you led us to victory against the Black Wolf, you have achieved the impossible again and again and again. And I thought it high time that I followed suit, hence my proposal to the Alliance Council. But no sooner did I reach out to our neighbors in Vilbrin than my own people sought to thwart me. You speak of the pirates who have failed to attend the meeting. Aye. Acting through our friendly faction among the kobolds, we had intended to seek an audience with the prominent patriarch. But the bloody executioners would not hear of it, and their absence sent a message to the rest. Though they are but one of the 3 pirate powers, they are the greatest, and any attempt at peace would flounder without them. I am given to understand that their leader, Captain Heelfear, has been bedridden from some time with an ailment of the lungs. Correct. In his absence, his right hand leads a man named Sicard, but recently risen to prominence amongst their ranks. Save for his disdain for authority, little is known about him. We have invited him to speak with us more than once, but he will not come. I have tasked the Yellow Jackets and the Rogues with uncovering his motives, but they have learned naught of any value. We have a nose for the truth. Whatever this Sicard wants, we'll find out. Truly, I would be much obliged. I shall look forward to hearing what you learn then. Good luck. By way of a first step, I suggest we split up and make inquiries around town. Someone must know this Sicard. If you could approach the pirates, Pennifer, the rest of us will seek out merchants and adventurers. Curious about Sicard, are you? As am I, my friend, as am I. Sadly, I know nothing of the man, save that the bloody execution has experienced a marked improvement in the fortunes after his promotion. Quite how he achieved this is a matter of some debate. As you know, the Thalassocracy permits us to attack only Garlean vessels, but these have all but vanished from the seas since the Empire turned in upon itself. In order to adapt, we Krakens have taken to trading with the East, but the executioners are less forward-looking. I cannot imagine they will willingly abandon the old ways. So how, then, are they lining their coffers? Whatever their secret, they are not like to share it with their rivals. Mayhap you will have more luck. So don't mind me jumping over these. Let's have it. Even in real life, I tend to, like if I'm at a store or something that has patterns on the floor of how the tiles are arranged, I have a habit of tending to just step on specific ones. Specific colors. Suppose that's just part of me having the tism. I like to do silly things like this. You want to know about Sicard? He's a wily bugger is what he is. Found some clever way to make coin, they say, and traded it for Moonskates placed at old Heelfear's side. There was a time we raised the executioners for our pick of the Empire's fleet, but the Garleans are gone and them days with them. Owing to which, we've all of us had to look for other ways to make ends meet. With that jumped up bilge rat, Sicard landing the juiciest, whatever it may be. Not that we sirens are struggling, mine. We do well enough guard on fishing boats from the fishbacks and other beasties. Get the first pick of the produce for our trouble, see quality stuff at a bargain price. This we pass to our sisters as can't sell on account of getting old or wounded or with child, and they cook it up and sell it for a pretty profit. Simple. Oh, I miss the old ways, don't get me wrong, but when I see the girls with their little ones, I think to myself, a life o' peace and quiet ain't all that bad. Okay, this quest went by quickly. So yeah, like 2 hours, 45 minutes in. We've only been in-game for 2.5 hours, and we're already done with 6 of the quests of 19. See, everyone has returned. Now, who would like to go first? So, just as their imperial prey began to disappear, Sicard turned the executioner's fortunes around with a mysterious new source of income. Whatever it is, it's nothing to scoff at. According to a tavern keeper I spoke to, the crew have been indulging themselves as never before, but no amount of drink seems to loosen their tongues as to how they are coming by their coin. For my part, I spoke with a reporter from the Harbor Herald. The publication has been investigating the secret of the executioner's good fortune and making little headway. Plainly, the executioners do not wish the nature of their business to be made public. And I think I may know why. In the course of making inquiries on Hawker's Alley, an interesting fact came to light. Just as the executioners began to enjoy better fortunes, the price of crystal went into sharp decline. A sudden fall in demand, I was told. Curious, I contacted Hori Boulder, who has been watching the movements of the beast tribes, and my suspicions were proven correct. Despite ever-worsening relations between the beast tribes and the thalassocracy, neither Titan nor Leviathan have made an appearance of late, suggesting that the kobolds and Sahagin lack the means with which to summon them. Do you mean to say the executioners are divesting them of the crystals? All indications point to that conclusion, yes. Though we have no hard evidence as yet, we must investigate further. Agreed. So how do we proceed? Oh, I have an idea about that. In fact, I have already taken the liberty of making certain provisions. Ooh, Ooh, berries. Yum. Oh, that sounds so tasty. Eggs and potatoes, yum. Not a big fan of sauerkraut, but sausage, yummers. During my inquiries, a disgruntled merchant informed me that a wholesaler of crystals had recently arrived in Limsa Lominsa, offering wares at prices far undercutting the competition. After asking around, I was able to gain an introduction and will shortly pose as a potential buyer in a bid to establish the crystal's provenance. Man is due to be at Oshan's Embrace in Lower La Nocia shortly. I should just make our way there at once. That appears to be our merchant. Wish me luck. Wait. If he truly is in league with the bloody executioners, he will surely be wary of those allied to the Admiral, the Scions not least of all. Compared to yours and Pennifer's, mine is an unfamiliar face. Let me play the role of buyer. Raha is right. And even if you aren't recognized inside, you look too genteel to be mixing with society's underbelly. Genteel? But very well. I leave it to you, Graha. Got business with me, Catboy? You're the crystal wholesaler? That I am, but you're no merchant, so what do you want the crystals for? Don't look at us, idiot, you idiot, you'll give yourself away. Oh, I see. You're a weaponsmith, am I right? And you need crystals to make staffs like that fine specimen you've got there. That's right. I am indeed a weaponsmith, and I use naught but the finest materials. I bid you show me your wares. Well, we don't invite just anybody into our storehouses. It takes time to establish trust, you understand. Look, I have a large and urgent commission. If the quality is satisfactory, I will not quibble over the price. Alright, it's plain that's no ordinary crystal adorning your staff, so I'll make an exception. Come with me. Hee hee hee, ha ha ha, hoo hoo hoo. Don't give us a thumbs up. It seems to be working. Let's follow them. Oh, and another quick quest turn in. Let's go, baby. You've probably got a cutscene or something after this, but... Before I talk to Alphinaud, I'm gonna get up and grab a drink, and then we can start the cutscene. But yeah, we're making excellent time. Not even 3 hours into stream, and we're... let's see. How many quests has this been? I think this is the 7th. Let's see... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is 7, yes. 7 of 19. Excellent timing. We're making excellent time. So park right here. And then I will get up real quick. I'm gonna go to BRB so I can stretch and grab a drink.
That turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap, gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap, gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you.
Definitely need to get around to recording a version of that with the pigtails in a different outfit so I could alternate. They went into that tunnel quietly now. He's going over the cliff. Ah! You won't find any finder, especially not for the price. Indeed, I would expect to pay more than double for such quality. How could they possibly be so cheap? There's nothing unlawful about them, if that's your worry. They're from Ogamoro, if you take my meaning. It's just as pure as it gets. You won't be disappointed. So, how much do you want? Ogamoro, taken from the kobolds just as we suspected. Boy. That's enough. Shut your gobs and turn around slowly. I'm Sicard, acting captain of the Bloody Executioners. No need to introduce yourselves. We know who you are, Scions. And we also know you've been chatting to the Admiral. Got eyes and ears everywhere, see? Comes with being the only true pirate crew left in Limsaw. So we've established you ain't here to buy crystals. Question is, what are you here for? You are bold to reveal yourself to us without knowing our objective, but that would explain your swift rise to power. You have spoken plain, and so I shall return the favor. We came here to learn why the bloody executioners oppose the Admiral's will. And we have our answer. Should Limsa Lominsa make peace with the kobolds, you would lose the source of your newfound wealth. That's right. Just to remind you, though, we ain't breaking any rules here. The law forbids us from attacking any vessel not flying the Imperial flag, but it doesn't say nothing about beastmen. Only reason we keep Operation nice and quiet is because we don't want no one taking our business. Wait, just listen to the end, will you? For what it's worth, I have the highest respect for you and yours, her especially. While the Maelstrom were worrying about dirtying their fancy red clover, you lot stormed Ugomora and battered bleeding Titan himself. Raised a mug to you when I heard the news. And now we're following in your footsteps, making sure the Beastmen never summon their stinking gods again. Practically your successors, we are. When there were still Imperial ships about, we did our bit for Limsa and went after them, but with the Garleans gone, there's no one left to ply or trade on except the Beastmen, so let us have that, eh? It's only fair. Contentious though some may find your views, it is true that you have broken no laws. That being so, I see no reason why you should not state your case directly to the Admiral's face. Unless the acting captain of the only true pirate crew left in Limsa Lominsa has some other cause to hide in a cave. Well said. Well said indeed. Alright, I'll meet with the Admiral. I'll even provide the venue. The Astalicia. I trust she won't turn down the invitation. I hope this will be interesting. I thought myself the hunter, but it turns out I was the prey. A timely reminder that the pirate powers of Limsa Lominsa are not to be trifled with. But all's well that ends well. Grahatia's timely provocation had the desired effect, and Sicard has agreed to a meeting. Let us hurry back to Limsa Lominsa and pass on his invitation to the Admiral. Gay frogs, frickin' frogs! I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn their frickin' frogs gay. Oh joy, the weeb police are back. I hate the weeb police so much. For anyone who doesn't know, the weeb police are... It might be one guy, it might be a few guys. They're all a bunch of just male Rogedans who look the same, who stand in a line blocking the entrance to the markets and profess to be anti-Lalafell. It's so stupid and cringe. They go to so many different worlds to do this. Sergeant Rose, your companions have already reported to the command room. Will you be joining them? Gladly. I don't want to spend any time near them. Welcome back, my friends. What news? So they have been stealing crystals from the kobolds. Thanks for solving the mystery and securing a meeting besides. Suffice to say, I accept Sicard's invitation and I would have you join me as my guests. The future of Limsa hangs upon the outcome of this meeting, and I would have the Scions present to bear witness.
Look who's come crawling!
Traitor!
You can shove your piece!
Welcome aboard, Admiral. I'll wager you don't remember me. Sicard, acting captain of the Bloody Executioners, at your service.
'Twas kind of you to invite us. Now, if Captain Hillfear has a message for me, I bid you speak it.
We have just the one demand. That you forget this bilge about making peace with the Beastmen. Ours is a nation of pirates. Always has been, always will be. Deny us our right to plunder, and you deny who we are.
Too bloody right!
Pirates till we die!
What we want, we take!
Piracy has no place in our future.
What'd she say?
Pirates have no place.
Our nation has prospered through piracy, 'tis true. Yet it is but one part of our long and storied history. Centuries ago, our ancestors led a failed rebellion and were driven from their homes with little more than the shirts on their backs. In fear of their lives, they sailed south until they came to these shores. Finding the land occupied by kobolds, however, they were forced to turn to piracy in order to survive. And survive they did. But not so long ago, when the Empire threatened to crush everything we'd built, we set aside piracy and joined hands with our neighbors. This too was in order to survive. And survive we did. Time after time we fought the Empire, and time after time we won. And through trade with our newfound allies, we prospered more than we ever did through pillaging and plundering. The Empire teeters on the brink of collapse. Ere long, provinces like Wurlit and Bosnia and many others will regain their freedom. When they do, our matchless fleet will lead the world in a new golden age of commerce. The tides favor us, and the ocean beckons with her vast bounty. But if we cling to the old ways, this great ship we call Limsa will trade the boundless seas for a lagoon. Shall we scorn the world's wealth for a plundered pittance then? Or shall we embrace change and thrive like our ancestors before us? The choice is yours. But if we are to prosper in the coming age, the whole of Vilbrand must become our ship, and a kobold and Sahagin our crewmates.
Rousing words. Might even be some truth in them. But pirating's all we've ever known. And we ain't about to give it up just 'cause you say so. Still, we're all Laminsons here and no one wants a war. So where does that leave us? Long before you became Admiral, I heard you was captain of the League of Lost Bastards. That true? If so, you'd know how we pirates settle our differences.
A duel. Very well. As Admiral of Limsa Lominsa, I accept your challenge.
This ain't over! Not till one of us is dead! Finish the job! Or I will!
It's the captain!
Captain Ilfir!
Ye fool! 'Twas over afore it began.
Captain!
Howdy, howdy, Aramon. Welcome, welcome.
Seems the whelps have been yapping while their master was abed. Listen well, all of ye. Since the signing of the Galadian Accord, we all of us have been part of the same crew. The crew of the good ship Limsa Lominsa. At the helm of that ship is the Admiral. And 'tis she who decides where we sail. Was I not clear on that point? Or did you forget whose deck you stand on? Nay? Then what in the seven hells are you playing at?
It's all we know, Captain. If we ain't pirates, what are we?
You're bloody idiots is what ye are. Idiots with your own lives ahead of ye. Ye can do anything ye want. Be anything you want. We're pirates, aye. And we pirates love our loot. But that ain't our first love. Our first love is the sea. The sea! And what she brings us. Freedom! So hold fast to that. Let the brine-crusted husk that stands before you now be the last of them as knew naught save out of steel. And make of yourselves a new breed of pirate! Lad, I made ye me right hand 'cause I saw something in ye. And I still do. You have the makings of a captain. All you lack's the belief.
Well now, it seems we're of one mind after all. Apologies for the misunderstanding, Admiral. We're with ye, wherever ye be headed.
You have my thanks, Hilfir.
Your choice of dueling pistol did not escape my notice. Good old Annihilator. Ender of many a proud pirate's voyage. Mistbeard's vanished into legend, and it won't be long before I take my rest in the depths. Yet be that as it may, the old ways can only truly die when we've dealt the Empire the telling blow. There'll be stormy
My
seas
character
ahead,
is a
no doubt.
lizard girl who's kind of just sitting in the back of this
Trusting ye
cutscene.
to steer us through to the other side.
The cutscene's almost over. Yeah, right there, that little lizard girl in the purple. And she is, in fact, little. I think she's 4'8". That's the min height. I mean to zoom in all the way. This is me. Though I hadn't anticipated a duel, I did not foresee that Hilfir would intervene. But full glad am I that he did. It would have been a shame to kill the boy. Instead, the whelp has learned a valuable lesson and we have made peace amongst ourselves. All that remains is to do likewise with our neighbors. Now, I need hardly tell you, but any attempt to negotiate with the tribes is doomed to fail unless their minds can first be wrested from the grip of their gods. And so, in the meeting, we seek to arrange with the kobolds. I would have you free their leader of Titan's influence. Leave it to us. We will open his ears to reason. You have my thanks. Ere we proceed, there is something you should know. Some 50 years passed when the Sahagins swarmed at our holds in ever greater numbers. Limsa entered into a covenant with the kobolds. To men shall go the bounty of the sea, to kobolds shall go the bounty of the land. An ostensibly equitable arrangement, conspicuously lacking in detail. Inadvertently or not, the wording was ambiguous and we took advantage of it, moving in to claim the northern reaches of La Nocia, which the kobolds believed theirs. Bloodshed followed, then bloodshed to answer the bloodshed, and on it went, till every ilm of Vilbrand bore the stain of our conflict. This is not history, you understand, it is the present, fresh and raw, and with their kindred's blood yet on our hands, we will struggle to regain the kobolds' trust even should we cure their temper. Admiral, you speak of obstacles we are likely to encounter at the meeting. But as things stand, I see no reason why the kobolds would agree to a meeting in the first place. And so we must provide a reason. I will restore the stolen crystals to them and personally deliver the cargo along with my apologies. Bait. They would welcome us into their midst not to speak of peace, but to have you at their mercy. And given the wealth of crystals we will bring, I'll wager they will attempt to summon Titans then and there. Meaning a high priest would need to be present, to whom we could administer the cure. Precisely. He is the fish I would catch, but he will not be alone. Nay, he will have guards in hand, and they will lay down their lives to protect him. But a single death on the Kobold side would jeopardize our chance at peace, and they're my venture founders. It need not. What if we were to employ the Conqueror's Chain? Though we would still have to weaken the Kobolds, it would allow us to subdue them without inflicting lasting harm. The artifact and spirit user take goods, not life. Aye, that would serve. Well done, Marshal. So, friends, what think you of our strategy? The effects of tampering are cumulative, and we may safely assume that the High Priest's exposure to primal influence is extensive. It will therefore take a great deal of Aether to reverse its effects, not to mention time. Time during which Alice would be defenseless. Even should we all look to her protection, I am not convinced we can keep an entire army of kobolds at bay. Well, I'm happy to take that risk. It's not as if we have any other choice. Besides, it's what Testling would do, and had I not followed her example, we wouldn't even have a cure for tempering, much less a chance to bring peace to Vilbrand. So I'm going to cure that priest or die trying. And I believe in you too, you and everyone. I know you'll keep me safe. It is settled then. See to your preparations and make for Camp Overlook. We will join you there anon. It's definitely tricky finding an MMO you enjoy. I personally enjoyed this one. And it does have a free trial that includes the first 2 expansions in their entirety, with no restriction on time limit. So you could play through the base game in the expansions at your own pace. Enjoy the story, enjoy the combat and all there is to do. And you won't be wasting any money on it, which is a nice thing. Last I saw, World of Warcraft's free trial only goes up to level 20 or 30. I forget, like, last time I tried it years ago, it went up to 20. I don't know if it's gone up any or not. But like level 20, WoW, in their time walking mode, you could potentially play through all the expansions or past expansions freely, but not really make any progress at leveling. Yeah, Final Fantasy XIV is definitely story heavy, but there's lots of good combat, and the music's great. Alphinaud wasn't lying when he said I'd be defenseless, so I'm counting on you all to give me the time I need. Our sole purpose will be to keep you out of harm's way, so leave that to us and focus on your own task. Indeed, and should you want for Aether, you need only say the word. Gabu, did you follow us here? There's something important that I want to say to the High Priest. Express, state, say. Please let me come with you. Please. I'm sorry, but it's too dangerous. I need you to promise me that you'll stay here where it's safe, alright? My apologies for the wait. It took time, but we have secured our audience. All unfolded as expected. At the mention of my returning the crystals in person, the kobolds suddenly remembered how keen they were to be reconciled. And so, in the glorious spirit of cooperation, we are to be received by Patriarch Zada of the Second Order, who awaits our pleasure in the navel. If you are ready, let us proceed to the Ugamora mines at once. Another fun MMO I like is Guild Wars 2, and you don't even have to pay for a subscription on that. You can play as much of it as you want freely. You just have to buy the expansions to progress down them, but Guild Wars 2 is also fun. I've been meaning to try Elder Scrolls Online. I've heard it's not bad. It might be something fun to do on stream at some point. Just dive into Elder Scrolls Online and see what that's like. Yes, if you like Final Fantasy games, I'm certain you would absolutely like this. And the free trial does last to level 70. Yeah, I played a while back before... I started a while before Mists of Pandaria came out, years and years ago. Played through... beginning of... Warlords of Draenor, which was garbage. Came back at the beginning of Battle for Azeroth, which was also kind of garbage. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Lost Ark being kind of pretty much pay to win. This Aetheryte will bear us to our quarry. Should he make to summon Titan as I anticipate, we'll halt the ceremony and restrain him. At this, all hells will break loose and we will have an army of kobolds to entertain until Alizai's work is done. Just remember, none must die, we weaken them and let Ainzar do the rest. This time, stay the course, my friends, I say calmer waters beyond the squall. Yeah, like, pay to win is garbage. I hate pay to win games. Like, if you could just pay to have like the best gear and everything, it's gross. Like Final Fantasy XIV, you get good gear crafting from doing the raids, from playing the game. You don't pay to win. Can't even buy currency, you just earn currency by playing. You get good gear from doing the current raids. You get everything you could want just by playing normally.
Greetings, Patriarch.
Like,
I am Merlwynd.
I hate that WoW became pretty much pay to win with the WoW token. You could just buy a token, sell it, get a bunch of money off of that, use that money to buy stuff.
I come before you to offer my sincerest apologies for the many wrongs committed by my people against you and yours.
You were foolish to come here. Stupid, unwise, foolish. The Great Father shall have your souls for your folly.
Aye, just as we thought.
Bonk.
Now, Alizé! Quickly!
You don't need to tell me!
Let none pass. We must grant her as much time as we
You
can.
shall not pass.
We must protect Alizé!
Okay, I'm gonna pull all of them at once. I'm gonna pop, pop, whatcha? I like games where you can buy cosmetics, and that's all you can really buy. You can't buy good gear, you can't buy anything to make you stronger, you just buy cosmetics. Cosmetics, mount. That kind of stuff is... I'm perfectly okay with spending money on.
Here you are, Alize.
Battle passes, I don't mind too much depending on what they put in the battle pass. Like if it's mostly just like cosmetics and stuff, then that's fine because cosmetics are fun. Like, if you can't get anything out of a battle pass except, like, cosmetics and all that, then, yeah, I don't mind it.
More! I need more ether! Just a little more!
Oh boy, howdy. There ain't no way. Boy, howdy. God, you're brave. Gladly. You can have it all and more. I have plenty.
Yes, this will do. Here I go. Go, Angela!
Did it work?
What?
What?
What is the meaning of this?
I'm sorry, but they died by your hand. You sacrificed them to summon Titan.
Why would I do such a thing?
Would that there were a cure for the victims of the Tempered.
Gabu! What are you doing here?
Patriarch, please listen to me. Hear, heed, listen. The Great Father we have been summoning is false. He only hurts us and those we love. For a long time, his voice filled my mind. It told me to do terrible things. Awful, unspeakable, terrible things. But I didn't give in to it. And you mustn't either. There's been too much pain already. So please, end the suffering.
What have I done?
We share this child's desire, Patriarch. An end to summoning, for it spells naught but misery for both our peoples. For many long years, man and kobold have feuded over territory, pillaging and perishing for the earth beneath our feet. It may be said that we fought to survive, but what we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on. I would see us set aside the past and work together for peace.
It was wrong of me to hurt my own in the name of the Great Father. Sinful, evil, wrong. But that doesn't mean there can be peace between us. Men cannot be trusted. The bounty of the land was to be ours, and yours the bounty of the sea.
but you broke the pact! Violated, breached, broke! Unready as we were! What choice had we but to call upon the Divine to rid ourselves of your tyranny?
None. And I do not blame you for it. In violation of the spirit, if not the letter, of the pact, we took your lands for our own. The fault lies wholly with us. On behalf of all Laminsons, I offer you my humblest apology. I pray you'll find it in your heart to accept it. Yet I know an apology alone will not serve to make things right. So, we will revise the pact to leave no room for doubt. And any who violate it shall face justice, swift and certain.
No, we won't be fooled. Not again.
Please, hear me to the end. Fleeting though it was, there was a time when man and kobold abided together in harmony, in cooperation. In those days, your people shared the secrets of smelting. Knowledge which allowed Limsa Lominsa to thrive. Much of what we have, we owe to the kobolds. And so, for the good of all who dwell on this isle, I wish to make you an offer. We will bear your people's wares to every corner of the world, and trade them in your stead. In return, we will bring you the bounty, not only of the sea, but lands both near and far. Whatever you desire, the Navigator as my witness, you shall have it. There will be no more man and beastman, just the crew of the great ship that is Vilbrand. And together, we will share in the wealth of the world, if you'll only accept our hand in friendship.
We want to believe you. We truly do. But we believed you before and you betrayed us. Fooled, deceived, betrayed us.
There are bad men, it's true. But there are also good ones. And the ones before you are the best of them. They were always kind to me. Caring, nice, kind, and I trust them with my life.
Before I became Admiral, I was a pirate. I stole, I fought, I stained the sea red with blood. Such is my past, and I dare not forget it, however much I might want to. That is death penalty. The pistol I used to pass judgment on my own sire when he fell thrall to Leviathan and betrayed his comrades. It's loaded. If you were to point it at my head and pull the trigger, I would most assuredly die. Though it isn't much, my life is the single most valuable thing I possess. If it will suffice to atone for past wrongs, take it. A single bullet to annul the old pact, and my blood to write it anew. What comes after, I entrust to this man, my second in command. I know that he will do his utmost for the happiness of all who call Vilbrand home.
I do not trust you. Not yet. But Gabu does. And I will trust him.
We want you to know that we respect your faith. There's nothing wrong with giving thanks to the land which sustains you. But summoning is different. Should you hear of anyone who would attempt it, we ask that you appeal to their better judgment, or failing that, seek our aid. We're always ready to help.
Many and more of my brethren are yet enthralled to the Great Father, just as I was. If you could free them too, I would be grateful. Appreciative, thankful, grateful.
Tis we who should be grateful, Patriarch. I thank you for affording us this chance.
It seems we have found a way forward with the kobolds. Next, we will help the Second Order to free their tempered brethren from thraldom. Theirs is far from the only order, of course, and it will take no small amount of time and effort to reach the rest. To reach them we will, however long it takes. I would say that I was in your debt, but that has long been true, so instead I will say thank you for helping us to plot a new course not only for Lim settlements but all Eorzea.
Right. Let's return to the Rising Stones.
Admiral, something strange is afoot at the floating city.
Breathe, man. What is it?
I think it's best you see for yourself. Please, come with me.
Okay, now return to the Rising Stones. There's something fishy afoot.
What in the world is that?
Eh? Huh? What in the world is that?
You can see it too, then? I feared I was losing my wits. One moment I was patrolling as usual, and the next it was just there.
Yes? This is she. I am. I'm looking at it. What?
Huh?
Understood. Send the Elder Seedseer my regards. The communications officer. It seems this isn't the only tower. They've sprung up all across Eorzea. Nothing more is known, only that they appear to be of Garlean construction. Our allies on the Alamegan front are on highest alert. Forgive my directness, but would you join them? They may well need the help.
Of course, Admiral. We shall make all haste.
My thanks. I will return to Limsa to weigh our response. Look for Commander Hext when you arrive in Alamigo, and may the Navigator speed you on your way.
Thank you for coming so soon. I'll send for Commander Aldin at once, and we can decide what to do about these infernal towers.
Roger preserved!
Eh?
It can't be.
What in the hell is that?
The palace! After them!
You're here, good.
Oh, it's freaking Coconut Head.
Well, well, well! To be received by such an illustrious cast! Why? Even the hero of the piece is here! I feel quite starstruck.
Is that Asahi?
His body, more like. You don't fool us.
Oh! You saw straight through it. Anyone
Yeah, of course we did, Coconut Head.
Before. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Fandaniel, and may I say what a pleasure it is to finally make your acquaintance.
What do you want, Coconut Head?
My, straight to business is it? Suit yourself. It is my intention to recreate the final days. To which end I have distributed a collection of rather ingenious devices, or towers, which will, in time, give rise to the grandest of spectacles.
The final days? But it was the Ascians who labored to prevent them.
You're quite right, though I would expect no less from one responsible for eliminating my unsundered colleagues. Honestly, the three of them were obsessed with restoring the one true world. As a sovereign individual, however, I never had much interest in such things. I mean, why bother when you're just another sundered minion? Admittedly, Elidibus was not convinced by that argument, but thanks to you, I'm finally free of his incessant nagging. Free to use my powers as I see fit, to fulfill my heart's desire.
And what is that? OnlyFans, Daniel.
And my heart's desire is to lay this half-broken world to waste, leaving nary a fleck of dust behind!
What? Why would you want such a thing?
Because I want wretched creatures who ask such meaningless questions to die!
You first, sucker.
And you! And you! I want you all to die! And I want to die too! Oh, yes!
How would I put an end to you now, you piece of crap?
Take everyone with me in a paroxysm of pain and suffering!
I'll show this scythe where it don't belong. Put you out of your misery.
I'm different, you see. From the ancients who clung to dear life, and from you. So don't bother trying to reason with me. You will find I have no reason, or creed, or any such tripe. I just want to destroy the world. But please do resist with all your might. It will add to my enjoyment. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes peeled, for the curtains have risen on the spectacle to end all spectacles. We, the Telophoroi, shall be your performers, and this very star our stage.
Oh. Okay, Shin Godzilla. I see how it is, Shin Godzilla. I know your tricks. You're pulling a Shin Godzilla.
Ah, but I nearly forgot. I have a message for you. My esteemed patron, Lord Xenos, eagerly awaits you at the heart of the chaos.
Wait, this pants grab.
While I wish only to destroy the world, he exists solely to relive a certain, transcendent moment with you. And it is for that reason he would reduce all to ash. Pray see to it his dreams do not go unfulfilled. For if you should disappoint him, my trusty companion here, whom I've dubbed Luna Bahamut, will burn your cities and everyone in them.
Everyone out! My men will tend to the blaze.
Thank goodness everyone's safe. You managed to put out the fire, though not quickly enough to save the garden. Raubon, can I leave it to you to send word to the Alliance? I'm going to take a unit and investigate the tower. We need to find out what it's for. We'll go with you. No, you won't. You'll rest. From what Merlweb tells me, you're due some time off duty. Should we learn anything about the tower, we will be sure to share it with you. Until then, I want you to rest. Very well, but if you need our help, don't hesitate, and take care, both of you. We have another dungeon coming up in a few quests. Five quests specifically. 1, 2, 3, 5. And 1, 2, 3, 4 after that, and we're done. 9 quests left. We can knock out 9 quests. It took us not even 4 full hours of game time to do 10 quests. So it'll probably take us maybe another 4 at most. Or 5. I'm down for a 9-hour stream. Haven't had one of these in a while. I think the last time we had a super long stream was when we did the end of Post Rome Reborn. You're back too. Good. We've received the reports from the Alliance. Since we are all here, perhaps those who brought witness to the events in Alamigo could treat the rest of us to a first-hand account. Gladly. No sooner do we overcome one problem than another appears. It would all seem tediously predictable but for the endless variety of our foes. Sven Daniel sounds even more unhinged than his patron. Unhinged, perhaps, but no fool. For all his pantomime theatrics, he gave away little about his plot. We only know that he intends to recreate the final days and that the towers will somehow facilitate this. He also called his dragon Lunar Bahamut. Let's not forget that little detail. And the creature certainly did resemble the Elder Primal. That may be, but the fact that it answered to Fandaniel would suggest they are not one and the same entity. I think it more probable that it is some manner of simulacrum born of Ascian magics. Whatever it is, for now we can but work closely with the Alliance and remain vigilant. I believe that concludes our news. What of yours, Y'shtola? I've been to see the Sultana. Knowing how quick the immortal flames are to dispose of their tempered, I judged it best to provide them with the cure first. As soon as they had sufficiently recovered, I traveled to Ul'dah and delivered the Porxies to Her Grace, along with detailed instructions on their use. Yet my visit chanced to coincide with the arrival of some troubling tidings. The Immortal Flames had been on the cusp of agreeing to a truce with the Amalja when the negotiations abruptly collapsed. The Amalja claim that a number of their kind have been abducted and that men are responsible. Not is known of the perpetrators as yet, but as the Immortal Flames went about investigating the abductions, they came upon one of Fandaniel's towers. On the subject of the towers, you may be interested to learn that they are not an exclusively Eorzean phenomenon. According to the Alliance, they have been sighted as far afield as Yangxia. Then it would seem reasonable to assume they are everywhere, we simply have not found them. Well, as you said yourself, we can do little for now save remain vigilant. And since we are dealing with a dragon, ostensibly at least, I believe it would behoove us to enlist the aid of an authority on such foes. Estinian. Estinian? Now just a moment. If he could be persuaded to lend us his lance, I would be the first to welcome it, but the truth is, we will struggle even to find him. Hee hee. You let me and Carl worry about that. We'll sniff him out no matter where he's hiding. If indeed he is hiding, we have ways of locating him regardless, so if there are no objections, we shall depart at once. I don't object. Let's go find. You can go find Estinian. Is your Dragoon? Well, rather than sitting around, I think I might go to each of the city-states and educate them in the use of the Porksies. You would doubtless appreciate it, but might you consider taking a moment to rest before leaving? You would be fresher for the tasks ahead. Your rest is good. Goodly good. Goodly good. Well, my friend, our moment of triumph did not last long. 'Twas ever the way, the world often needs saving. No rest for the weary, as they say. And save it we shall. I, for one, do not intend to allow a nihilistic madman to take us all to the grave with him. Not when the future holds such promise. Nay, I will do all in my power to protect those whom I hold dear, just as you have always done. We just got back from the first. We just started making things right and dealing with making peace with the tribes, and now this prick's here to cause problems. But let's go. Patch 5.4 complete. Onwards to 5.5 and 5.55.
The scouts should have been back by now. I'm gonna go and find them. Oh, thank goodness for that.
Eh?
Glory be.
Glory be to Garlemald!
Oh boy.
The piles have been driven as planned, and the first of the beasts has roared to life. Moreover, I am pleased to report that preparations are well underway for the rest. Ere long, chaos shall reign over all the land, as befits the final days. Call it what you will, so long as my friend returns to me, fangs bared and claws sharpened.
Oh, you bet your butt I will.
Of course, my lord. By strange coincidence, your dear friend chanced to be present when I made my declaration. I took the liberty of informing her that you await her coming, though I confess, I may have singed her a little in the process.
A little.
And why do you tell me this? Are you in such a hurry to die?
Yeah, coconut head. Are you?
Ah, my apologies. I must guard my tongue lest it be the end of me. Though, there is something to be said for such a glorious death. Better to fall to one who has it all than falter before an inferior. Huh. I shall keep it in mind as a contingency. For now, however, I shall proceed with the plan. My lord. I must find myself a new weapon. One worthy of our long-awaited reunion.
Make it a good one. He just snaps it in half because he has no use for it. I love it. He is no longer a user of the katana. He has ascended. Surely he will find a most glorious of weapons to use. Good news, Pennifer. Thancred and Urianger have finished the tour of Garlemald and are on their way back here even as we speak. As we still haven't heard anything on the towers from the Alliance, I'm hoping they might be able to shed some light on things. They're due to arrive any moment now, so let's see what they have to say, eh? Atlee. Ah, a welcoming party. You needn't have gone to the trouble. From what I hear, you've been more than busy enough as it is. Honestly, you might have waited for me to return before discovering a cure for tempering. As it is, I can't even pretend to have been involved. Well, if it's any consolation, I myself was little more than a spectator. The lion's share of the credit must go to Alisake, G'raha, and Pennifer. But I believe I speak for the rest of us when I say we are proud to have rendered what little assistance we could. As you will also have heard, though, it hasn't all been tales of triumph. Just as we were taking a step towards finally addressing the primal threat, a pile of fresh problems landed in our lap. Anyway, it's good to have you back, though I can't help noticing that we're one Urianger short of a scouting party. You haven't lost him, have you? Oh, I couldn't lose him if I tried, and I did try repeatedly. But no, he decided to linger in Ala Mhigo to apprise Raubahn and the others of how the land lies in Garlemald. And mayhap you would do the same for us. Indeed. It was just as Lyse said, worse in fact, devastation as far as the eye can see. Such devastation! This was not my intention! Nerva and the Third, however, were notable by their absence. Might they have met their end at the hands of Zenos and Findaniel? Perhaps. Or perhaps they simply lost the world to fight. You see, the capital has been plunged into a deathly silence with one exception, the Imperial Palace. It was a busy place before the war, but it has grown busier still, with throngs of soldiers and civilians working their day and night to rebuild, or rather, transform it. Transform it? Into what? That is a difficult question to answer. Construction is vast and unsettling to behold, like something from a nightmare. According to Urianger, certain aspects of its design were clearly devised with the manipulation of Aether in mind. Magitech, in other words. Yet, as unnerving as said edifice was, it was nothing next to the sight of its builders. They swarmed the palace like so many insects, working with nary a word exchanged between them. No one overseeing construction, no one barking orders. It was as if they were possessed or tempered. We wanted to investigate more closely, but given our suspicions, it seemed wiser not to take the risk. If Findaniel could bind Bahamut to his will, might he have done the same to the people of Garlemald? Whatever the truth may be, this information is certain to prove valuable. You have our thanks. Well, be sure to save some for Urianger, which reminds me, I have a message from Ala Mhigo. Raubahn is hosting a meeting to discuss the latest findings on the towers, and he requested our presence. And why not leave that to us? You must be wary from your mission. No, I'm fine. Those towers have been on my mind since I first spied one on the way back, and I'm keen to get to the bottom of this. In that case, I shall stay and begin looking into another matter, as I promised Krile. We need not all attend. Very well. I suggest the rest of us make our way to Ala Mhigo forthwith. The sooner we leave, the more time we will have to speak with Urianger before the meeting. Bop, 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 bop. Onwards to the last 9 quests of post-Shadowbringers and pre-Endwalker. Also, I think I might have got a title from this, because these end-of-patch quests usually give a title. Writer of Histories, Shepherd to the Stars. Let's do Shepherd to the Stars. Beacon Retire of the Sunless Sea for now. There we go, Poggers. Oops, wrong way. My friends, much and more have I heard of your travails in our absence. Heartened am I to see you all hale and whole. As are we to see you safely return from your mission, Urianger. I trust Thancred made you feel welcome. Well, if it isn't Alphinaud and his merry band. Arenvald, whatever are you doing here? When we spoke via Link Pearl, you told me you'd be away on a mission. And who's to say this isn't a part of it? But enough about that. It's good to see you looking so similar. I thought you'd have grown a bit taller after a whole year in another world, but apparently not. Well, I am sorry to disappoint you. While my soul may be a year older, my body has hardly aged, as you are well aware. And may I remind you that we Elzen are known to be late bloomers, especially in terms of our height. Mark my words, the day will come when even a great Aurochs such as yourself will crane your neck to meet my eye. It was not until my 20th summer that I myself outgrew my boyish proportions. The Moan Breeder towered over me nonetheless. But I still miss Moony. Arenvald brings out the best in Alphinaud, doesn't he? They both seem so at ease in each other's company. It's almost endearing. So what exactly brings you here? Oh, Fordola mostly. We need to go over a few things before we set out. Set out? Wait, does this have something to do with the towers? What gave you that impression? Actually, tell me later. You've got a meeting to go to. I'll see you afterwards, alright? If Fordola is going with him, that must mean... My apologies. As Arenvald rightly pointed out, we have a meeting to attend. Let us be about it.
we begin, I would like to offer my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Urianger. 'Tis no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital and live to tell the tale, much less in times of civil war. Thanks to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlemald.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades. An Ascian, armed with the might of Bahamut, bent on bringing about the final days.
Theatrix. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Telophoroid's disposal. But since then we have seen no sign of this Fandaniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
Whenever and wherever it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy. 'Twas with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers.
Our advance party took longer than expected to return. And when they did, they tried to kill us. Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
Are you saying they were tempered?
Once they'd come back to their senses, they told us everything they could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar, and that was the last thing they remembered. But what worries me most is what they were saying right before they attacked. Glory be to Garlemald.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
Would that the unsettling news ended there. Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amalja, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses. And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers. Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixal in the direction of the tower in Dravania. The Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixal and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
So, the Empire is the common thread.
With the support of Xenos, it seems likely that Fandaniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telophoroi.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma. The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first. Given the nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. But I am confident in my choice.
What?
Resistant to primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
We are glad to put our gifts to use, Commander.
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on you.
If it would give us the upper hand, I'd do it 100 times over. We won't let you down.
That concludes the briefing. You two, make ready and join your escort.
Are you certain about this, Arenvold?
I am. Come on, let's talk outside. So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamolder and Vmar at Ralga's Reach as well.
Arenvold, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
I know the risks. And I also know what's in store if we don't stop Fandaniel from carrying out his plan. With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
And you, Fudola? Is this what you want?
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
Don't pretend. We both know Commander Eldin gave you a chance to refuse. And you didn't.
So the Empire's finished, is it? But that's what they're all saying. That the great and glorious Garlemald slit its own throat. And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telophoroi with bloody Xenos at its head! I fought for Garlemald. Killed for Garlemald. What was I part of? I need to know. Whatever it is, I need to know.
Very well. If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
If you've finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question. Which tower are you planning to investigate, exactly?
Well, the one in Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it. Which is why we've set our sights on the one in Pagalthan instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
Even so, I doubt the local Amalja will look kindly on it if they catch you sneaking around in their territory.
Fordola and I had a chance to learn the lie of the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way. Well, We'd best not keep them waiting any longer.
Mayhap when all of this is over, we could take another trip to Loxeld. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
Ha! I'll believe that when I see it. Though, to be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a scion's lot in life. Take care, eh?
God, I love Arenvald. He is so good. And
It means a lot, you know.
Bordola too, honestly. They're both so good.
I'll still owe you for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favour if I'm not there.
I dare say you'll get your chance before long. That Fandaniel sounds like a tricky customer. Too much for the likes of me, anyway. But we both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realise I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light, or Alphino for that matter. He might look like he's 12, but he's seen more action than most people see in a lifetime. No, the fact is I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be. But I'll be damned if I don't try. They're counting on me. On us. So let's give it our all.
He does not want for conviction, that much is certain. So let us have faith in him. Him and Fordola both. While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task. Chasing down this lunar Bahamut.
Bloody thing. Can you hear me? It's Tataru! I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinian.
Hooray.
And I'm sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut. But he did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
Even if we set out this instant, he may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send the Bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
Gladly. I'll see to it as soon as Kryl and I get back to the Rising Stones. Good luck.
While you go off on your dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the others.
I wish you every success in your search for our elusive friend. May we all meet again ere long.
So Estinian was bound for Ishgard. Whatever it is that brings him home, we must hope it will keep him there long enough for us to find him. Come, there is no time to lose. All present? Good. Let us split up and search for Estinian. Since we're relatively new to this place, Graha and I will look around the open spaces, the squares and markets and whatnot. You and Pennifer can delve into the nooks and crannies. Very well. Let us reconvene at the airship landing later with or without Estinian. Good luck. I think I shall begin at the Skysteel Manufactory, so perhaps you could try the congregation. Lucia may well have heard news of our friend's return. My good man Albert, the firmest of Alberts. Good morrow to you, Warrior Light. Lord Aymeric sent word that you would be attending the meeting in Alamigo, so I gather you have not come in search of him. To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? I see. No, we were not aware Sir Estinian had returned to Ishgard, but as I expect you remember, he is wont to come and go as he pleases. Mayhap he came seeking an audience with Lord Aymeric, only to find him absent. In any event, I'm afraid I cannot help you. Perhaps one of your companions has fared better. Perhaps. Probably not. This is Estinian.
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
First the Scion's Coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence. Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
Too long?
You look an ilm taller and twice as rugged.
Oh no, oh no. Estinian, no. What have you done? Oh boy. Oh boy.
Have you been giving him lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no.
I am not Alphino! If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged? Had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side. To think the day would come.
Oh no, Grah, stop fanboying. Stop being a fanboy. Stop being a fanboy. You're weirding out Estinian.
Explaining what is going on.
Is everything all right? I thought I heard Alize shouting. Estinian! It's been too long.
God, I love Estinian.
No, it's quite understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again. What I will say, for the second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I can tell.
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
At least someone's having a good time. You know, when we were growing up, Alphino would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge. But maybe that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald. I wouldn't be so sure. He still loves nothing better than the sound of his own voice.
Thank you for the raid, Lady Octavia. Welcome, welcome, raiders. For those of you who do not know, I am Penny. I am the internet's big sister. I live to love and love you all. What were we up to today on stream?
Azizla? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
Aye, Tiamat, his mate. Even now she remains imprisoned on Azizla, though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
I see. As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation.
Ooh, those all sound great. I love Cyberpunk. I've never played Repo. I mean, I've never played Warframe, but I have played Repo. I love Repo. That sounds like a fun stream.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
I'm so excited that they're releasing more content for Cyberpunk, so that'll give me an excuse to go back to playing it, because I streamed it already. It was great. But I would absolutely be down to stream it again.
Ugh. I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
I will admit, he is not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less blunt?
I definitely need to rope some people into playing Repo. It is such a fun game. Especially when you use mods to add cosmetics and other fun stuff. Yes, we are currently playing Final Fantasy XIV, and this is going to be a long stream because our goal for today is to finish everything leading up to Endwalker. We did patch 5.4, we're on 5.5, and then we will have 5.55 about to turn in. We have 9 quests total, and this is the second of the 9 left to do. It has been quite some time since last I set foot in Azizla, but I understand the three of you were here rather more recently. I don't suppose you chanced to meet with Tiamat during your visit? Alas, not. We had no cause to set foot here in the Delta Quadrant, but I have studied the relevant records, which is not to say I wouldn't appreciate a first-hand account of your dealings with her. Well then, Hennifer is the person to ask. As far as I know, she's the only one of us to have met Tiamat face to face. In fact, before we progress, I'm going to give you a shout out. And a follow, because I apparently wasn't following you already. Now I am. Well then, Hennifer is the person to ask. As far as I know, she is the only one of us to have met Tiamat face to face. Even now, she remains a prisoner of the Allagan Empire. Ever since the end of the war with Mericidia, yes. To have been held captive for so long. I too have met with Tiamat. Ooh? After the Dragonsong War came to a close, I came here to speak with her, a worm who had fought her own war against man in another age. I wished to know if she yet harbored thoughts of vengeance and asked as much as she said no. My hatred for your kind was extinguished long ago. The guilt she feels for resurrecting Bahamut burns on undimmed. It torments her, even now. I see. Then your original reason for coming here was out of concern that Tiamat had been forced to summon Bahamut. Nidhogg is a part of me. I feel his emotions as my own, and I know that he would not allow his sister to be made a tool of evil. In his absence, it falls to me to watch over her. We've got a fun dungeon to do and a few quests. We're slowly approaching the end, which means next Sunday we will start the next expansion, and I'm so excited. Tiamat, oh wait, this way. This way. Also look at our good doggy. Still deciding on what to nickname it and just call it, but it's a good doggy. Look at its tail wag. Dragon. It's a dragon.
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her.
You know, that's a good idea. Icon claimed their souls when first he manifested, and robbed of their will, they became tools for the Alagon's dark designs.
Much like those held here in Asisla. If dragons who worship Bahamut are required to summon him, that must mean...
Yes, the dragons of Meracidia are at the mercy of this Ascian. There can be no other explanation. Accursed Ascians, vile minions of darkness. Again, you would profane the memory of my beloved, and strip our children of their freedom, their dignity. Are there no depths to which you will not stoop?
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering. But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished.
What wouldst thou have from me, slayer of dragons?
Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Meracidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
Were I free, I would answer thine insolence with fire, but words shall have to suffice. Recall, mortals, that it was I who did first summon my beloved, praying with all my being to bring him forth. You who contend with icons cannot well be ignorant of the consequence.
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul. But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
Indeed. Ask the Dragon Slayer, and he will tell thee the power we of the First Brood wield. Were I to lose myself to the Icon's influence, all would pay the price. But it is of little matter, for even had I the strength to resist, I yet lack the strength to break my shackles. This prison shall be my tomb. I mean, we can fix that.
On the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance. If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
Chance to make amends. to lay Bahamut's memory to rest. When our own star faced annihilation, Hydaelyn granted us sanctuary. And now your foes would bring about her destruction. This I cannot allow. For the debt I owe to Hydaelyn and to all who have suffered my sins, I shall fight with you, children of man. While Porxies have been shown to be effective in curing the temper, Tiamat must be considered a special case. She is far larger and immeasurably more powerful than any subject treated thus far. Were we to remove her restraints only to find the process had failed, we would be hard-pressed to contain her. Then, before going ahead, we should learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition. Do you suppose we can find that information here? Why, yes, we can. We can indeed. The Allagons kept detailed records on all of their notable captives, and I know exactly where to look. We shall leave that to you, then. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts to the removal of those shackles. I know Alphinaud and Pennifer here well enough, but not you. Are you certain you're ready to see this through? Rest assured, Sarastanian, that I am both ready and willing to give my all for the sake of this star. But that is not my only reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. While I do not claim to know all of her sorrows, I too once found myself in a prison of despair, and I well understand how hard it can be to dare to dream of escape. It took the encouragement of braver souls than I am to make me take the first step towards a brighter future, and now I would help Tiamat do the same. I gather you are not as young as you look. Mayhap when our work here is done, we could trade tales over a pot of Zataro's famous tea. And be indebted to her for the leaves in hot water? I think not. I see. Returning swiftly to the task at hand, then. I believe the nodes governing Tiamat's restraints are located in the sector known as the flagship. Yes, we are familiar with it. Aethera Chemical Research Facility in particular. Oh, you may wish to take this. A spirit vessel containing a small amount of my blood. Which you just happen to be carrying around with you. I suppose that could seem rather odd. To explain, Rambrose, Urianger, and I are researching the use of spirit vessels in the transference not only of memories, but the traits of certain bloodlines. And so I keep one at the ready should an opportunity to test our theories arise. As for its use to you, you may recall that during our previous visit, the nodes here granted access to restricted functions, having identified me as being of royal blood. And armed with that spirit vessel, I posit that they will do the same for you, even in the absence of, well, the rest of me. It seemed worth a try at least. Agreed, we will take good care of it. That is to say, I will not casually toss it over the edge of this continent. To the flagship, then. Yes, I will not casually throw the spirit vessel over the side into the void below. Not that the game would give me the chance. But it would be funny, honestly. It's like, oops, it slipped. It's gone. Because look at what's below. Look at how terrifying that is. It's just clouds of varying colors of green and orange and yellow. If we fell, I dare say we'd fall for at least maybe 10 minutes, maybe more. I don't know. I don't want to risk the jump. Oop, and we're going the wrong way. I'm getting distracted by my own thoughts. But yes, if we were to fall into the void, we would probably fall for at least 10 minutes, if not more. Not that the game will let us fall. Thankfully, we cannot dismount unless we are close enough to solid ground. Let us split up and search the flagship for the node that controls Tiamat's restraints. But should you find a likely candidate, do not be tempted to make any adjustments. It would not do to accidentally release some manner of experimental monstrosity, nor less Tiamat herself in her current state. Our objective at this stage is simply to identify the relevant node or nodes. Once we have learned what we can, we should reconvene and compare notes prior to proceeding. Sounds easy enough. Let's ride our big fluffy pupper. Malodorous node. Sounds stinky. Zzz. Friction between metallic components detected. Temperature increasing to critical levels. Please replace damaged parts or retreat to a safe distance. Zzz. Well, that don't sound useful. Stanian's got that node under control. A Sphinx, eh? Doing the pink and one on the Sphinx. War Sprite. Obstreperous node. That's a funky word. Data link with Delta Quadrant broken. Possible cause: intruder interference. Advise deployment of automated combat units. Proceed. Let's not. Let's not deploy combat units. Bloop, bloop. Warning. Scheduled dragon restraint maintenance due in negative 2020 years. Failure to verify system integrity may result in unscheduled specimen release. Well, that sounds exactly like what we need. Ride our moondog. Bark bark, yip yip. I am afraid Estanian and I have little to show for our efforts. Did you find anything? I did. A node which smelled like burned hair. I, found a way to activate mechanical sentries. If that's any help? Yes. A chirruping node would spontaneously warn me about neglecting the dragon restraints. Honestly, I should have said no. No would have been funny. Spontaneously, you say? Oh, that does sound promising. Almost suspiciously so, in fact. But then you were in possession of the spirit vessel. I dare say it is indeed the node of which Graha spoke. And it was chirruping, you say? Very well, let us take a closer look. And now let us write bird. Big bird. Bird is the word. Do you wish to operate the dragon restraint mechanisms? Bloop, bloop. You do not have the requisite access privileges. Operation of the dragon restraint mechanisms may only be undertaken by the chief technologist and members of the royal family. Or those with the vessel full of royal blood, perhaps? Bloop. New user detected. Commencing biometric authentication. Bloop. Authentication complete. User identified as member of the royal family. Please state your name. Bloop. Welcome, Pennifer Rose. You may operate the dragon restraint mechanisms when ready. Bloop. Bloop. Error. Unable to disengage the restraints of the specimen Tiamat. A system update is required. A system update? What do you suppose it is asking of us? Oh. Well, that's more than I can say. Confounded bloody thing. User agitation detected. Initiating guidance program. Bloop. In order to operate the restraint mechanism, I require access to the central control system. However, I am unable to establish a link to said system due to the obsolescence of my own software. This issue can be resolved by applying a system update using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. So can this thing release the restraints or not? It can, but only once it has received the requisite system update as far as I can tell. Until which time it'll float there spewing nonsense. User dissatisfaction detected. Initiating placation protocols. Bloop. I am here to help. Rest assured that I will be on hand to guide you through every step of the system update process. How gratifying, but I dare say we will fare better with guidance than without it. Okie dokie. Bloop. Guiding user to terminal. This way, please. Balloons. Everybody likes balloons. Wrong terminal. Let's see. According to the terminal, the central control system is presently employing software version 56.135. Dare I ask what version you are employing? Why, software version 42.002, of course. Bleep bloop. Warning. Errors detected in the data management system. Estimated time required for update. 5 years, 1 day. That is rather longer than we were hoping. Aren't there any other options? For instance, using this terminal to operate Tiamat's restraints instead? The proposed method is indeed an option. Please be warned, however, that the procedure may have changed as a result of the system update, and my instructions may no longer be accurate. Well, I can't imagine it will have changed all that much. As long as we pay due attention to any discrepancies, I dare say we shall be able to muddle our way through. Don't bother trying to explain, just tell me if we've made any progress. I would say so, yes. It does, however, require that I remain here to operate the terminal. I shall inform you via Link Pearl once I am ready to release the shackles. It might be best if you left the spirit vessel with me. I may yet have use for it. Rest assured, I will be certain to return it to G'raha Tia once this is over. Just a little more work and Tiamat will be free. But before we go any further, there is something I would know. When Tiamat and her kin fought against the Allagan Empire, both sides were but dancing to the tune of the Ascians. And it was the same in Ishgard, where they stoked the fires of conflict between man and dragon from the shadows. All that the Ascians touch turns to ash, and thus have you made it your mission to fight them. But there have been times when you tried to reach out to them instead, to find common ground. And so I must ask, what do you intend to do with Fandaniel? Will you try to reach out to him too? I see little point in reasoning with the wretch, or remembering him for that matter. But perhaps that's the difference between you and me. You see the good in people, even if it be but the faintest glimmer. I only hope you do not come to rue your benevolence. You think us unwise for viewing the world thus? Far from it. That has ever been your way, as I learned when we journeyed together with Iceheart. Yet the fact remains that there are some who view compassion as a weakness to be exploited, and there may come a time when you extend the hand of friendship only to wish that you had dealt the killing blow. So, save your mercy for those who deserve it. Well, we should be getting back to our task. If Alphinaud has things in hand here, I suggest we rejoin the others. Let's do balloons again. I like balloons. Balloon. And I love that the balloons go bleep bloop blip blorp as we fly. Turn up the background music for a little and you can hear it go bloop 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 bloop. And you know, it would be tragic if we lost our grip on the balloons and just fell. Because oftentimes we are hundreds of feet above the ground. If we just fell in one splat, that would be tragic. Stinian told me all is well, but nothing more. Honestly, it's like getting blood out of a stone with him. I take it from Alphinaud's absence that he's needed elsewhere. Well, that all sounds rather frustrating, but you got there in the end. While you were off talking to Nodes, G'raha and I were learning as much as we could about Tiamat's condition. Our readings confirmed that her ethereal balance leaned strongly towards the umbral, as was the case with the kobolds. Therefore, all other things being equal, the treatment should work. The difficulty lies in the sheer quantity of aether with which we must contend. Multiple applications of the treatment will inevitably be required if we are to reverse the effects of the tempering completely. Meaning I'll need all the aether I can get. Thank you in advance. Although this endeavor will ask much of us, we do have one reason to be optimistic. Namely, that Tiamat shows no signs of fanatical devotion, suggesting a milder case of tempering than that suffered by the kobolds. Tiamat saw Bahamut as an equal rather than a god. Might that have made a difference? Now that you mention it, it very well might. She would not have believed it necessary to defer to his will. But enough talk. It's time to put our theories to the proof. Tell Alphino to disengage the restraints ethereal dampers. I'm counting on you, Angelo. Ah, such warmth. The frost that shroudeth my soul doth begin to thaw. But what are these? Visions of days long forgotten, of war with the men of Alag. Wherefore do such baleful memories return to me now? Could it be that the process of restoring her soul to its pre-tempered state is awakening ancient memories? Or might the opposite be true? If so, by helping her to recall the past, we may be able to speed her recovery. Pennifer, she trusts you. Speak to her. Ask her to tell you of times past. Ah, Bahamut, my beloved. Would that the peace we found in Mericidia could have lasted for eternity. But alas, it was not to be. The Ascians saw to that. In all creation, I know of none more wicked. It was at their behest that the men of Alag first came unto Mericidia, unto our home. The tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took a wing in search of a place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern ocean, we discovered a lush and fertile land. It would come to be known as Mericidia by the children of men, though many years were to pass before they crossed the seas. Upon our arrival, we were welcomed by the peaceful people of the forest, kin to the trees. Surrounded by nature's bounty, Bahamut and I had found a place to raise our young. Fascinating. This correlates with the writings of the Charlatan scholar Varusha. She posits that man first settled on the southern continent towards the end of the Second Astral Era. Correctly, it would appear. If only she were with us to hear the tale from Tiamat herself. Again, Angelo. When first the children of man arrived in our shores, no foot did they set in those places over which we held dominion. Such was their fear of dragonkind. And as they kept their distance, so did we let them be. Yet as the days went by, ship after ship appeared upon the horizon, bearing ever more of their brethren, who divided the vast land amongst themselves. For a time, they knew peace and prosperity, but as their numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem, and so they began to cover the territory of their fellows. Ere long, man fought man, blood was answered with blood, and none could see an end to the strife, until one day they came to us. Recognizing our wisdom, they entreated us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presiding over the affairs of men, the land knew peace once more. Alas, those golden days of harmony too were fated to end. For the men of Alag slew my beloved, and I, in my rage and sorrow, heeded the envenomed words of the Ascians. The rest thou knowest only too well. But your tale doesn't have to end there. When you are free, we will rid the world of the Ascians together, and you and your beloved will have justice. Fine sentiments, but you're almost spent. I'll keep watch from above. If the treatment fails, run. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I swear, when this is over... Keep going, Alizé. The magic is working. While I knew this wasn't going to be easy, no patient could have prepared me for treating a great worm. We're close. I can feel it. Now I've only got a few more drops of Aether left to give. With yours and Graha's, this will work. And I believe I speak for both of us when I say that you may take as much as you require. Careful. I might hold you to that. Alright, here I go.
No. I'm almost there.
And you will be. I've got Aether to spare. I've got plenty.
This is it, Angelo.
Yes, I feel it. The Icon's grip groweth weak.
Did it work?
We won't know for certain until the shackles are removed.
Answer me this, children of man. Can my kindred be saved in like manner?
Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts, their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
My children. Should you hearken unto my call, we shall fly together once more, but should you not, I grant you peace. Better to die than live as a tool of evil. You too would wish this, I know, and I shall do as I must.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
Thou hast my gratitude, little one.
Alphino's ready. It's time. it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
For vengeance and atonement, I rise.
By the gods!
Urianger, your timing could not be better. Understood, we're on our way. It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Pagalthan.
Oh boy.
He flies for the largest Amalja settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way. Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
Whoosh. I freaking love Estinian. Without a hesitation, he just jumps on a giant dragon's back and just flies off. While I'm sure you're desperate to join Estinian and Tiamat in battle, it would be wiser to gather the full strength of the Scions first. The foe we face demands no less. Flames of War. Let's see, how many quests do we have left now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go. We have 5 to go. I have already sent word to the others. We are to rendezvous in Ul'dah at the Hall of Flames. Let us collect Alphino and be on our way. Five quests, and we are only 5.5 hours into the stream. Let's go. It's only 4:30 here. Oh, I hit level 82. Let's go, baby. And level 82 gets me as soon as we load in, at least, I get another fun button to press. We get Soul, which we can use out of combat to instantly, and that gives us Harvest Moon. No food is ready, so I'm gonna go to BRB real quick, and then we will proceed.
Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. This crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. This crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. This crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. This crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. This crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you.
Welcome back. We are back. We have food. We have made the frogs extra gay. Now we are ready to rock and roll. Now, I know some of you could do with the rest, but I'm sorry to say the Telepharoi have other plans. Paglthon is already under siege. Happily, the Immortal Flames arrived just in time to join the defensive effort, with Marshal Tarpin at their head. Well now, given the failure of peace negotiations, I was uncertain how the Sultanate would respond. 'Tis good to hear that Ul'dah has not abandoned the Amalja. Abandoned them? Did we not profess to be their friends? Is that Papashan? Your Grace. Marshal Tarpin had made provisions for such an exigency and was ready to depart at a moment's notice. All that was required was agreement of the syndicate, each of whom voted in favor of intervention. Nor is Ul'dah alone in its resolve. The other Alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Paglthon. Yet even with our combined strength, we shall be sorely tested, for we face not only the might of an Imperial Legion, but Lunar Bahamut and his draconic horde besides. Tiamat's children. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured, but not all of the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite their proximity to Lunar Bahamut, none of the Amalja show any signs of tempering. Strange. What primal would turn down a chance to claim new thralls? Unless it isn't capable of doing so. Primals are not wont to serve a master, Ascian or otherwise. It may well be that Lunar Bahamut differs in some fundamental manner from those we have previously encountered. If that were true, anyone could fight him, and Pennifer and others like her wouldn't have to shoulder the burden alone. Be that as it may, Lunar Bahamut remains an incalculably powerful foe, whom our soldiers will struggle the best through mere force of arms. With the aid of the Scions, however, I believe they will fare rather better. Assuming that is, you are ready to take the field, I was born ready. An airship awaits to bear you to the front. Pray, set forth as soon as you are able. Let's do this. I, meanwhile, shall continue to coordinate our forces. Till next we meet, may the 12th blessing keep you. It was kind of her to speak with us personally. You may be certain she has no shortage of other responsibilities. Well, I, for one, am inclined to do as Her Grace requests. Lest we forget, Arenvald and Fordala are in Paglthon on reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better their chances. Indeed. To the airship then. Let's go, baby. Yeah, buddy, I'm down for some fun fighting. Come on, pupper, doggo, fluffy friend. We've got a dragon to fight. Okay, NPC, commander of the elevator, would you kindly appear? There you go. Greetings, we've been expecting you. But say the word and we shall depart for Pagothan at once. Pagothan. You know, while we're waiting, let's go to the Gold Saucer and do our daily Gamba tickets. Might as well do our daily scratchers while we're waiting. Gotta at least pass the time. Because we technically don't need to be waiting at the dungeon entrance. Now we wait for the NPCs to load in. Ooh, okay, that was a good one. So let's see, I have this. Do I want to keep using the bunny parasol or... I'll stick with the bunny parasol, it's cute. Also, this guy has got a nice set of armor. I think it's just leveling armor from the MSQ, but it does look good. It is leveling armor from the main story, because that's from Heaven's Horde. I remember the helm. Well, while we're still waiting, I might as well do my challenge log and just mindlessly play the game that I know I'm exceptionally good at. Crystal Tower Striker. I am very good at this. It cost 1 MGP. Look at how good I'm at. I got it at the very, very bottom. Which, of course, doesn't get me anything, but it's impressive in its own right. Yes, I am quite good at getting middle or top. Bonk. Yeah, this one's an easy game because you just have to listen to the sound and memorize the feed. 3, 4, and click. Yeah, like it doesn't even show up there. We got it so perfect that it doesn't even show up on the bar. That is impressive in its own right, that we got it so perfectly that it doesn't even show up. I think we just need one more win to have got 100 from game. Let's go. Got it in the red. Let's go, BB. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. And now we wait. Average time for the dungeon is 16 minutes. We have our other DPS. Now we just need to wait until we have a tank and a healer. Also, I need to start doing the fashion report. Because there's a lovely, lovely Final Fantasy XIV player who tirelessly works every week to figure out the perfect combination of clothes and dyes you need to get max points in the fashion report. And I bless them. They, like, I know how much effort it is. And, like, they do it every week. They post a guide every week for the week's fashion report showing, okay, you need to wear these, you need to have it dyed this way. This will get you 80 points, this will get you 100 points. You only need to do 100 points once to get the achievement for the title, and otherwise you just need 80 points to get the max amount of MGP. And you get 60,000 MGP for getting the max points. It's easy money, honestly. Some of the stuff is a bit tricky to get, but it is otherwise just easy MGP. Just for wearing a particularly horrendous looking outfit and coloring it the correct way. Because a lot of the times, the fashion report outfit for the week is going to look horrend. It's going to look horrendous. Like, it's not meant to look good. It's meant to just apparently be fashionable to in the eyes of the fashion guy. But it is good MGP, and if you do it enough weeks, get the max points enough weeks, you start unlocking things from the vendor beside him. Like, you can get some clothes, you can get some dyes. You just gotta do the fashion report week after week. In fact, let's just peep in on what the hint for this week is. Sit approved, sleepover style, robed in resistance, blow your horn. I can only assume that's probably the pajama pants, but I wouldn't know what the other 3 items are, much less what colors they need to be. And also, the best outfit you've ever worn, the most points you've gotten on an outfit, will be saved as your personal best outfit that you could just look at anytime. If I can see. Week of 7/18/2025. Week 390. Okay, so any legs Okay, it just needs fending stuff. Filibusters, heavy boots, that's... Pain. Augmented Hellfire, Easy 80 points, Succubus Horns, Diable Legs, Diable Feet. I would have to look over where the Succubus Horns come from, because any legs and feet dyed Snow White, that's easy. Aha, it comes from the Gold Saucer. Oh, lovely, it's 24,000. I don't have enough. But I could get the tanking gear I need, aside from the filibuster feat. I'll definitely do that off stream, just purchase the gear I need and dye it right and do that. As I know the filibuster set comes from a Stormblood dungeon. I think it's Drowned City and the Burn, I think gives the filibuster gear, or the Burn and the Gimlet Dark. I can't remember. Anywho. Boy howdy, the queue is taking forever and one of the DPS has skedaddled. That's cringe. So let us just skedaddle back to Ul'dah. Eat some more of our dinner and wait until queue. Okay, yeah, we're gonna ask our FC mates for some help. Just because we've been in queue for 24 minutes now. If we had someone to to heal or tank with us, that'll make the queue faster. I really wouldn't think that it would take this long for the queue. Like, it is a level 80 dungeon, so that's part of the high-level dungeons roulette. Got one. Might be able to get a second one. Yep, some pretty good FC mates. Hey yo, YOLO! You love to hear it. YOLO, we ball. And just like that instant queue, we have a tank, we have the healer. We ball. Ballin' hard or hardly ballin'. Oh, I love the other DPS's name, Pion Pion. bunny noises. Pion, pion. So I'm going to assume they're either a bunny girl or a bunny guy. Please prove me correct, game. Please let them be a bunny girl or a bunny boy. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, this music is so good. No, they're not a bunny. That's... Well... They've got a name with bunny noises. Ascian vermin, you shall torment my children no longer. Haha. Okay, so we got 2 cats, a lizard, and a Rogadin, I think. They're tall. They're either a Rogadin or a Hero, but all I know is Girls Club, want to be part of that Girls Club. No boys allowed. Oh, and they're a warrior. Hell yeah, warriors can pull everything and take no damage at all. Whoop-bam. Get clowned on, nerds. Dumb Imperial chumps. Oh, one of the Mikotis has that voice, because I hear them go, wah, 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 pew. Yeah, buddy, we are now up to our first Enshroud. I will save that for the next ads pack. Whew. Yeah, I love that very specific Mikote voice because you just hear them go whew, wah, whoosh. Bam, bam, damn. Oh, look at all those damage numbers. Look at the numbers tick. You love to see it. Big dick damage. That's why I love Reaper, because you pull all the enemies and then you pop Enshroud and you see like 20 damage tick numbers. And it's over and over, you just pop big dick damage. Yeah, single target end shroud is spicy. You get the big numbers. Ah! 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 Let's go, baby! Aiming gear... Bending... No need.
The Amounts are in trouble. Let's split up.
Sounds like a plan. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap, clap. Chop, chop, chop. Chop, chop, chop. Clap, clap, clap. Get killed, get killed, get killed. Disintegrate. Cease existing. Clap, clap, clap. Chop, chop, chop. Clap, clap, clap. Get bred by my scythe.
Oh, no, you don't.
Friendly fire, and quite literally at that. Clap, clap, clap. Chop, chop, chop. Get reaped on, nerds. Clap, clap, clap. Chop, chop, chop. Well, that laser would have been muy spicy. Whee! Clap, clap, clap. You can get bred to core. No pregnant, just breeding. Get bred, get bred, get bred. Clap, 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 chop, chop, chop. Oh, even more guys, okay. Ooh, I'm a spooky spirit. Ooh. Clap, 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 clap. Thankfully, I did not waste my Enshroud. Barely didn't waste my Enshroud. But clap, clap, clap. Oopsies. We fly. Where's the healer? Did they get left behind a little? Y'all are gonna get clapped real hard. Oh, look at the big dick damage numbers. Let's go. Love to see it. Whoosh, let's go, baby. Oh yeah, Stinian, kick some butt. Or do what you can at least. Oh boy, Mega Flare. I would definitely say do not try and deal with Mega Flare. Oh, that hurts a bit, yeah. More than a bit, actually. Okay, we're the ones hitting clapped. I see how it is, Bahamut. Blade Dance BB! Or big dick damage! GG's! We kicked that dragon's butt! So hard. Bam, bam, bam. I do not scout. I am not a ninja. Children of man, the shade of my beloved is no more, and I shall forever be in your debt. By your deeds are we set free, and free we shall remain as long as I draw breath. Never again shall the dragons of Mericidia hearken to the lies of the Ascians. This I vow.
Noble warriors, the dragons chose their friends well. Long have our peoples waged war, but no more. Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice. The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Garleans who are deserving of our fury. I shall see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause, till we meet again.
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
What in Ralga's name happened here?
The gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
Get back!
Oh boy.
No! What have I done?
It's too late for them. We're leaving, now!
Oh. Oh boy, it's Ifrit.
No! No! Don't you
Of all the things to go wrong today, it has to be Ifrit. Fantastic. That's just what I needed today. Him. Spicy boy. I hope today can't get any worse. While it would be too much to hope that we have seen the last of Fandaniel, we have dealt his schemes a telling blow this day. That alone is cause to celebrate. And celebrate I will, when we have received the word that Arenvald's safe return. Just Arenvald? You don't care about Fordola? It's kind of rude. She's risking her life for all this. Standing around here worrying is not going to help matters. Come, we must discuss the day's events with Pippin and her grace. Brave scions. Would that I could treat your heroes welcome, but I bear urgent news from the Fronistery. Your grace, whatever is the matter? As our troops withdrew from Pagothan, they came upon the 2 scouts sent to the nearby tower. I have yet to hear a full account, but it seems that one of them, your friend I believe, has been wounded and was being dragged away by the other. Oh no. I must go. Forgive me, your grace. Can you tell us aught of Arenvald's condition, your grace? The wounded scout? Not save that it is grave. Chirurgeons tend to him even as we speak. The infirmary must be inundated with the wounded. If all of us go, we'll only get underfoot. Pennifer, Estinian, would you mind going after Alphino? He may need some support from someone other than me. Very well. Thank you. The rest of us will see that the relevant people know what took place in Pagothan. Come on, then. I wouldn't even begin to know where to look. Probably... I think Hustings Strip is the other section of the city. Okay, yeah, we're right there. Another one come to see the lad in the silver armor? Master Dami Elliot is attending to him as we speak. If you would be so kind as to wait. What did Master Dami Elliot say? Tell me his exact words. Yeah, Alphino, enough. Don't harass them. But You're right, forgive me. When we set off for Rose to Erenwald, I was afraid that something like this might happen, but now that it has, all we can do is wait.
Fordola, have you been waiting here all this time?
We have done what we can. The rest is up to him.
May we see him?
I do not think that wise. You must let him sleep.
Thank you for bringing him back. He owes you his life. I just wish I had been there. Perhaps, I don't know. Perhaps I could have...
You could have what, Alphino?
Could have what? Got tempered? Don't flatter yourself. You can't save everyone. No one can. Not even the Warrior of Bloody Light. People die all the time, for no good reason. And those who take up the sword die quicker than most. If you're going to shed a tear every time a soldier falls on the battlefield, you'd best stay away. It's no place for the weak of heart.
It may be that victory cannot be won without cost. But all life is precious, and I refuse to shrug at its loss.
All life is precious! You need to grow up, little man. Before your sparkling ideals get everyone killed.
You're right. He is idealistic. But the world has more than its fair share of realists, like you and me. It's people like him who dare to dream that things could be better and make it happen against all the odds. They are the ones whose names live on forever. The heroes.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you'll lot'll be next. And what'll become of your precious dreams then? They'll be gone. Like dust on the wind.
Dreams worth fighting for don't die so easily.
I know. There's nothing more I can do here. Come, let us rejoin the others. Her Grace invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to join her in the Fragrant Chamber. Your comrades have already arrived. Will the three of you be joining them? He will.
Your Grace, pray forgive us our lateness.
Think not of that. I understand a close comrade of yours was wounded in the line of duty. Arenvold. It was at the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide. On that you have my word. Now, we would share with you the findings of the mission. Pippin, pray relate to our guests the details of Fordola's account.
First Bahamut, now Ifrit. Or Lunar Ifrit, as Fandaniel would doubtless have it.
'Tis now all but certain that the towers were conceived to facilitate the summoning of primals by those imprisoned within. Less certain is the means by which the Telophoroi constrain the wills of said entities to enact their designs in defiance of the pleas of their victims.
Mayhap they do not. If mere proximity to the towers is enough to make loyal servants of the Empire's mortal enemies, it stands to reason that the same is true for those held captive. They invoke their gods for the good of Garlemald, and in their disturbed state of mind, summon a primal whose form reflects their own alteration.
It all begins to make sense. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the towers bear a striking resemblance to a much larger structure which Urianger and I observed from afar during our visit to the Imperial capital. Assuming it too is capable of tempering those in its immediate vicinity, it would go some way to explain the swiftness with which the Telophoroi managed to rally so many Imperials to their cause.
While the situation in Garlemald is indeed troubling, I fear we have more immediate concerns. Ifrit was not the only primal summoned. At approximately the same time, observers at several other towers bore witness to the emergence of further such entities.
Lovely. Fantastic.
For a blessing, none appear to wield aught approaching the destructive power of Bahamut, and the Grand Companies are moving to deal with the threat even as we speak. Though we are aware that the task will not be easy, we would call upon the Scions only as a last resort. Pray, conserve your strength for now. After all, it was not so very long ago that you rid us of Bahamut. On which note, I am pleased to report that our talks with the Amalja have reached an agreeable conclusion. They have pledged their full support to our cause. It is our hope that this historic agreement will encourage other tribes to join us at the negotiating table.
Hooray!
And I know that I speak for all of the Allied leaders when I say that we will welcome them with open arms at such time as they do. Of course, this was only made possible by the feats of heroism performed at Paglfan. Moreover, we shall not allow the sacrifices of those fallen in battle to have been made in vain.
As hope leads to victory, shall victory lead to a new dawn for Eorzea.
May these words ever be our guide, Your Grace.
Now, if you will forgive me, I must consult with the Syndicate on the matter of our new allies' integration. Till next we meet, my friends, I bid you safe travels and blessed respite.
Right then. Unless anyone has any objections, I think it's about time we return to the Rising Stones. That includes you, Alphino. Arenvald is in good hands here. Of course. He would doubtless mock me for pacing about the infirmary. Let us retire, then, and we might regain our strength and readiness for the coming challenges. If all are in agreement, then I shall let Krile know to expect us. A hot bath and a hearty meal shouldn't be beyond arranging with the time available. Boy howdy, does both of those sound nice. Well, I mean, I have a hot meal. It will be good to be home. I have some thinking to do. And I guess I'll try asking him, and thank you, I shall look forward to it. Our comrades eagerly await our return, and Krile in particular has a few matters she is keen to discuss, one of which concerns you, Estinian, believe it or not. You will join us, won't you? Fine. Really? I thought you said you were avoiding that Baldessian woman. If I refused, she would only pursue me. Let's get this over with, shall we? I'm due for a hot bath myself after stream. Nice, relaxing. Let my muscles relax. Nice and clean. It's not been as hot out as it has been lately, but it's still warm. And thankfully, once we turn this quest in, we have exactly 3 quests. Requests until we are done. Which will leave us next Sunday ready to enter Endwalker, and I am so excited.
Welcome back.
I expect you must all be exhausted. Ere you take your rest, however, I would beg a moment of your time. Thanks to Arenvold's selfless efforts, we may now be confident that we understand the function of the towers. But many questions remain regarding the reasons for the findings and what will lurk behind the looming edifice in Garlemald. Until such questions are answered, we will struggle to devise an effective strategy for thwarting the Telophoroi's stated aim. Nothing less than the destruction of this star. And so, given the gravity of the situation, I move that we petition the aid of Sharlayan.
'Tis possible the ancient knowledge preserved within our archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Sharlayan's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery.
Oh, I well remember what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Sharlayan's most shameful act since the Exodus. But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that. I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter. Urgent as it seemed, I took the liberty of petitioning the Alliance for leave to act as Eorzea's emissary, and have since received their blessing.
I presume your role as a student of Baldesion will carry some weight with the Forum?
One can but hope. If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough. If there are no objections, I shall depart for Sharlayan at once. But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay. After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing. A topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola.
We were wondering, when was the last time Hydaelyn spoke to you directly? When Elidibus sought to make warriors of light. That was the voice which calls constantly to all who might hear it. I spoke of direct communication, when Hydaelyn communed solely with you. A far rarer occurrence.
History shows us that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light. To our knowledge, however, she has not sought to intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
Might not the explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in her judgment.
Mayhap she is. But following my initial discussion with Krile, I made inquiries of my own. And as far as I am able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through Reen. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn. It was Minfilia herself.
Indeed. And while she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition. A messenger, yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
I wonder, could Hydaelyn's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? Some obstacle to communication? While I share Urianger's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether. Then again, who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know. But if the explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Sharlayan, and their research on the Ethereal Sea in particular. Resolved though I am to go, believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now, of all times. Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number. And so I must ask you again, will you join us?
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. You are idealistic to a fault. But I know you would never turn your back on those in need. Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing. I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Ala Mhigo, you inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit.
Thank you for the follow, JL. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a great Sunday.
The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear. But you bear it willingly, as you have shown me. Some dreams are too important to let go. If you have need of my strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
Thank you, Estinian. Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter. You have my word.
And now, I may bid you farewell. Safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be. In this little corner of the world, at least.
You will be sorely missed. Tread warily in Sharlayan, and do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. A forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
I shall do my very best. Farewell.
That is a lot of weapons. That is actually an insane amount of weapons.
Well, does this one meet with your approval? Apparently not. Or could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
You are unwise to remind me of so costly a failure. ones I trust.
Oh, hardly at all. Though, admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance. Oh, but the seeds have been sown, my lord. We have only to wait for them to quicken. Speaking of preparations, is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you-know-what?
The hour draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use. Which brings me back to our earlier topic. My lord, while I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
Ooh. And what is that?
Well, not quite what I was expecting, though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
Man, you're gonna give us a cock tease like that? You're gonna put us in the cuck chair? It's cringe. Well, it looks like I'm going to have a busy few moons, not that they ever seem to be anything but. Thinker's got me dispatching troops to every corner of the realm, which is not to say I don't trust the Alliance, because I do, but when it comes to putting down primals, nobody does it better than us. Well, then you lot, more accurately. You won't catch me trading blows with the primal in the near future, but for every fell fiend you vanquish, there's countless meals to arrange, baths to fill, sheets to wash, stores to replenish, and the list goes on. Which is where I come in. And gladly, mind you. It's the least I can do to support the sign to risk life and limb like poor Arenvald. I wish there was something we could do for him, but we'll just have to settle for saying the odd prayer and keeping a roof over our heads. It wouldn't do to have him come back to complete shambles, now would it? But that's enough of my rambling. Off you go and get some rest. If there are any developments, I promise you'll be the first to know. Onwards to the first of the last 3 quests today. Ah, Pennifer, you're looking well. I take it you managed to squeeze in some rest. She came hoping for tidings from Kryl. I'm afraid we're still waiting, but we do have some odd scraps of news to share. Scraps, she says. Lunar primals have been popping up all over the place, but the Alliance has the situation well in hand, thanks in no small part to Hoary Boulder and the others. Meanwhile, talks with the Beast Tribes are going even better than expected. Encouraged by Uldad's progress of the Amalja, Gridania has opened negotiations with the Ixo, believe it or not. All of which is obviously very encouraging, but with the Telepharoi still out there, it's not as if we can afford to lower our guard. Begging your pardon, but I come bearing an invitation from the Alliance. Council meeting is due to be held in Alamigo, and your attendance is humbly requested. Ah, we were just talking about the Alliance. May I ask what's on the agenda? I believe the intention is to share news of recent developments and discuss what measures might be taken to combat the Telepharoi. In concert with our new allies, beast tribes have also been invited. It is hoped that they will join us in the fight against our common foe. So the Alliance would bring all of the beast tribes into the fold at a single stroke. An ambitious plan, given the delicacy of the negotiations, but mayhap an expedient one considering the threat we face. Indeed, my lady. And for their part, I am told the beast tribes will have agreed to attend. If the Scions too are present, all of Eorzea will be represented. To arrange such a meeting must have been quite an undertaking, not only diplomatically but practically. Pray inform the Alliance that we would be honored to participate. We shall make for Ala Mhigo without delay. And I will bear your answers thither and with all haste. We look forward to receiving you at the Royal Palace. Well, now that we've accepted the invitation, who exactly is going to attend? I move that you and Y'shtola lead our contingent. Given how long you will work to end summoning, it is only right that you be present for what promises to be a historic moment. I think we've all played our part in that little endeavor, don't you, Pannifer? All presents may rightly claim a seat. I do quite... Did I mean to skip through that? All present may rightly claim a seat, I do quite agree, but by your leave, I believe I shall remain here and lend what assistance I can to the coordination of our defensive efforts. I'm not coming either. Aymeric will be there and I'd rather not be interrogated. Very well then. While those with the mind to hold the fort get on with holding it, I suggest the rest of us make for Ala Mhigo. Shall we? We've been at it for 7.25 hours. These 3 quests hopefully won't take too much longer. I can't say for certain. But I was planning for this to be a long stream. So if it ends up running into 8 hours or more, that's fine with me. We have been expecting you. While some of you guests have yet to arrive, the Alliance leaders are all present. Shall I show you in? Gladly. Yay, more friends, or potential friends.
Esteemed guests, you honor us with your presence. As there is much to discuss,
It's a penny? Where?
let us begin.
I'm just kidding, I know it's me. Welcome, welcome, Mortham.
Information on our taken brethren you have, yes? Hear it we would!
Yeah, I would definitely say much appreciated. Thank you, and enjoy the lurk, because this is after Shadowbringers. This is absolutely going to spoil 1.5 million things.
Beyond forgiveness, these featherless ones are. With rivers of blood shall they pay. Freed our people must be.
We too would see your kin liberated. But ere we attempt their rescue, we must first find a means to negate the risk of tempering. Without that, we will be unable even to approach the towers, let alone contend with their defenders.
If all else fails, I've always found cannonballs quite effective.
And what of the prisoners? Would you see them slaughtered?
Think for a moment. Ponder, consider, think. If Merlwyb truly intended to bombard the towers, she would have done so by now. Remember, we came here to find a solution together, did we not?
Y'shtola spoke of defenders. I but offered a means to clear a path, should you require it.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. For if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
A paragon, the Empire, our very gods. How can we hope to prevail against such odds?
That our foe is formidable, none would deny. But our strengths are many and varied. In this chamber, I see masters of strategy, masters of magic, masters of the land, the air, and the sea. And together, there is nothing in creation we cannot overcome.
Exactly.
I beg your pardon?
What is it, Soulwalker? Do not express your passion thus. A little city without gills, perhaps? Suffice it to say, I am proud to be counted amongst Eorzea's finest. We Sahagin will play our part.
We kobolds have not forgotten the crimes the Overdwellers committed against us in the past. But today we look to the future as allies united.
Hooray,
in
that's the
purpose.
spirit.
Make mock of the Ixal, the Paragon does. Turns kin into puppets. Pits brother against brother.
Brother against brother.
As Patriarch Zadar will attest, the Scions have granted us a means to free your brethren from their thraldom. This boon we will gladly share, that your people might never be enslaved again.
We accept! We accept!
Praise be!
It's taken a while, but I do believe we might be one step closer to a world without primals. Would that Minfilia were here to see it.
We still have a long way to go, and we're going to need a lot more Porksies. But we're moving in the right direction.
If I may have your attention, there is one other point I would like to raise. As we can all agree, freeing those held captive must take precedence over every other concern. But experience has taught us that none save those with the capacity to resist tempering can hope to enter the towers unscathed. And even once inside, a still greater threat may yet await them, that which we call a primal. Needless to say, if we are to succeed, engaging with such foes can only ever be considered a last resort. And so I move that we seek to prevent them from being summoned in the first place.
Yes! Both prayer and ether are needed for the ritual. Should either one be denied, the summoning would fail.
Indeed. And so we must endeavor to discover the source of the ether on which the process depends. Do so, and it may present a way to halt the summonings, or perhaps even neutralize the towers entirely.
A promising proposal. While you are conducting your investigations, however, we will need to remain vigilant, lest the Telophoroi commit further abductions and summon primals ere we have the means to prevent them. To stand a better chance of keeping our enemy at bay, we would do well to coordinate our defensive efforts, sending reinforcements to assist our neighbors when needed.
We Amalja would have been overwhelmed were it not for our newfound allies. But say the word, and we shall come.
I see we are all in accord. But what are we to call this proud fellowship of ours? I submit that the honor of naming it should go to the scion whose brave efforts have done so much to unite Eorzea. What say you, my friend?
But that's the name
Sorry, Alphino.
For there is none here who does not love Eorzea.
Aye, in that we shall ever be united.
United in our gratitude for the realm that gave us life.
Then let it be recorded that on this day, the Grand Company of Eorzea was born.
How long have we dreamed of this moment? And now that it's here, Oh, forgive me. Might we speak outside?
Well, now that we are out of earshot of the other delegates, I hope you will forgive me if I speak my mind. Let me begin by saying that I have dreamed of this day since the moment I first set foot upon these shores, and that I was as heartened as anyone to see the peoples of Eorzea pledge their solidarity. But even as they uttered their declarations, all I could think about was the conflict to come, of the sacrifices that would be made and the lives lost, inevitabilities that I still struggle to accept. But at least now there is hope. Formation of the Grand Company of Eorzea is the first step, the first of many. Many and more. Oh, the seed's here. How might we be of service? I seek Master Alphinaud's assistance in a matter involving Gridania's neighbors, the Sylphs. I know that you and yours have long kept a weather eye upon the crystal trade, the better to predict the coming of primals, and so you will be familiar with the Sylphs of the Ashcrown Consortium. Through their dealings, they have cultivated relations not only with the city-states, but many other communities besides. Communities such as the Beast Tribes. Just so, it is our hope that we may make use of the Sylphs' established lines of communication to coordinate the efforts of our new fellowship. Yet there remain certain practical differences between a trade consortium and a grand company. If the Sylphs are to perform their task effectively, they will require the counsel of one versed in the operational aspects of an armed force. An armed force founded with the self-same goal in mind, no less. The Crystal Braves, yes. Forgive me, Master Alphinaud. I know that it was a painful chapter in your life, but the experience may yet be made to serve the realm. In my hubris, I plotted a course for the Crystal Braves which stretched far beyond the Order's initial conception. One intended to pave the way for the founding of what I intended to call the Grand Company of Eorzea. But my plans all came to naught. Built upon a frail foundation of lofty ideals, the Order was doomed from the first to collapse under the weight of more worldly interests, and I have no wish to see this new endeavor suffer the same fate. Mayhap I ask too much of you. Not at all. You may count upon my assistance for what little it is worth. By your leave, I shall prepare a report including a list of recommendations drawing on the lessons I learned from the failures of the Crystal Braves. You have my gratitude, Master Alphinaud, and my trust. When your report is ready, pray share it directly with the Sylphs. With your guidance and the earnest efforts of every goodly soul gathered here this day, I have no doubt but that our fellowship shall emerge from the shadow of the Telophoroi and flourish. Until next we meet, my friends. Before committing anything to writing, there are a number of people whose thoughts I should like to hear. Former Braves, you understand. Might you join me in seeking them out? Thank you. As someone who witnessed the Order's rise and fall, yours would be a reassuring presence. I'll join you. If you're planning to canvass the opinions of your former comrades, it will be a lot quicker if we share the task of questioning them. And mayhap G'raha can lend a hand as well. I shall accompany Thancred back to the Rising Stones. Between us, I dare say we should be able to provide an accurate enough account of the day's events. We should be glad of your company, G'raha. I shall explain the details on the way. So what's the plan, brother mine? Before discussing the task at hand, I should probably admit that the report I proposed is largely written. Not long after that fateful day in Ul'dah, I penned a detailed account of the organization's history, from the events that led to its inception to the failings that brought about its demise. Thus, this I did, primarily as a means of taking some semblance of responsibility. Never did I imagine that it might later be referred to by those seeking to form a similar organization. And while I made every attempt to be objective, the account was mine alone. It must be brought in to encompass the viewpoints of all involved. Only then can it answer what seems to me to be the crucial question, namely, why, after the Crystal Braves disbanded, did some members choose to remain with us while others did not? I see. You think the answer will tell us something about the nature of the ties that bind our new Grand Company together, and that this knowledge might help us to prevent it from falling apart when those bonds are inevitably tested. That is my hope, yes. The questions I would ask are uncomfortable to some. As the former commander of the Crystal Braves, I doubt that those who abandoned the cause would welcome my inquiries. And Graha and I will just have to try. Meanwhile, the two of you can talk to the ones who kept faith. A fine suggestion. Have care, however. Certain of my former comrades are of questionable character, so keep your wits about you and let us reconvene in Gridania later on. If you have no objections, I have a mind to begin by speaking of Riol and Aliane. In memory serves, the two of them will be attending an intelligence briefing at Casham Oriens. Let us seek them out there. That is... there. Okay, we'll teleport here, and then we're gonna go on to BRB for a few minutes. We gotta make the frogs gayer again. I gotta get up and stretch. Okay, let's park ourselves here and BRB for a few minutes.
Turn the friggin' frogs gay! Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay! Serious crap gay! Frogs friggin' frogs! It's not funny! I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay! Frogs! Won't you fight for your life? Gay! Frogs friggin' frogs! I don't like a frog! Gay! Friggin' frogs! Frogs! Friggin' frog crap! Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny! I'm gonna say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your crap! Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny! I'm gonna say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you.
And we are back. Well, look who it is, and what brings you two here? Wouldn't have anything to do with the big meeting, would it? In a manner of speaking, I've been assigned a task, you see, for which I require the assistance of former members of the Crystal Braves. So you want to know why we decided to stick with the signs, eh? Ain't an easy thing to put into words, that. As Real will attest, I spent a long time agonizing over my failure to alert you to the traitors in our midst. By negligence, I was captured along with many others, and we were powerless to prevent the tragedies that ensued. Not a day goes by that I do not think back to those fateful events. By joining the Scions, I hoped to redeem myself, and I will continue to serve the cause for as long as I am able. But that wasn't my only reason. When we were finally reunited at the Rising Stones, you refused to blame anyone but yourself for the fall of the Crystal Braves. And in spite of everything that had happened, everything you had suffered, you took us back without a moment's hesitation. We would not have blamed you had you turned us away, but when you gave us your trust instead, what else could we do but try to repay it? Nothing, that's what. As for me own tale, well, I've always felt the Scions have something in common with me old crew. The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. That was our creed, and I still strive to live by it to this day. But as time goes on, I've learned that strength comes in many shapes and sizes, from Hoary Boulder to Mistress Tataru. We've all of us got something to offer. And not one of us is doing it for personal gain, because we believe there's more important things than that, things worth protecting, which is what being a Scion's all about. I am at a loss for words. Thank you, my friends. To hear this from you means more than you know. Forgive me, Pennifer, could you? Well, it's found in ideals were something to be proud of, but ideals alone don't make a crew. For every swab who signed up with good intentions, there was another who was only in it for the coin, the glory, or both. Ours was quite a disparate band, and while I will never forgive Ilberd, the fact that we managed to function at all was thanks in large part to his efforts. Just a pity he was doing it for all the wrong reasons, eh? Only takes one bad apple, they say, and the Braves had a barrel full of them. Not like the Scions. You might look like a ragtag band of misfits, but deep down, you've all got that shared sense of purpose. And why? Because Tatara sifted out all the glory hunters before they made it through the door. I see. So while our ranks comprise a diverse range of people, each with their own individual strengths, we are always guided in purpose. Thank you, my friends. With your permission, I shall make a record of our discussion and refer to it when drafting my recommendations. Until we meet again. 2 more quests, let's go! Ooh, okay, nothing but food. Apple puree, yum. Chicken fettuccine, yum. Pineapple juice, yummers. And a lemon muffin. Okay, it all sounds good. Well, I think we've taken up enough of our colleagues' time, and I am conscious that less life-affirming testimonies await. Let us make our way to Gridania and hear what the others have learned. Definitely been a bit since we've last been to Gridania. Ah. Thanks to Tatara's ever-dependable intelligence, we managed to track down a handful of former Braves without any great difficulty. Some were forthright, others less so, but we heard enough to form a picture. I must warn you, Alphino, some of their comments were harsh. I can well imagine, but their opinions are no less vital to my report. I seek the unvarnished truth. Thank you. I will set about adding your findings to my own at once. In the meantime, pray go on ahead to Little Solace and seek out Elder Frixio. I will join you anon. You know what? We haven't had a good fly through Gridania in a while. Let's take the boat and then fly. We haven't seen the sights of Gridania in quite some time. Let's hop on a mount and enjoy the view. Instead of pissing away more gil to teleport. A moon doggo. Here's a good one. there a fate here? I don't want to... At least the fate music's not interrupting this music. Ah, welcome, Brave One and friends of Brave One. How good it is to see you walking once again so soon after the meeting. Woohoo! No, be at ease. It is true that these ones once delighted in making walking ones dance, but no more. Horned One Kani-san has said their walking ones would be coming to Little Solace. Imperial ones also invaded Sylphlands and abducted many of these ones, so these ones will be glad to bear messages between fighting friendly ones. That is heartening to hear, Elder. It will require all the ones to work in unison to stop the Telophoroi. These ones will try very hard, of course, but in matters of war, these ones have little experience. Any advice walking ones can provide would be most welcome. Oh, another pretty silver-haired one? And in quite a hurry, it seems. Alyssa, you must come quickly. Whatever's the matter, Alphino? Don't tell me you couldn't read my handwriting? What? No. A Twin Adder officer accosted me as I was about to set out. Charlayan has sent an envoy who is due to arrive in Gridania at any moment. An envoy? Could it be that Krile has managed to sway the Forum? We shall know soon enough, but there is more. The envoy has requested that the two of us attend the audience of the Elder Seats here. Really? I can see why they might want science to be present, but us specifically? Wait, it isn't who I think it is. It is. I could scarce believe it myself, but when I inquired as to the envoy's identity, I was told that it was one Fortuno Levier. Oh? Dad? AO? Based? Your father? Well, now. I did not mean to skip through that. Your father? Well, now. The fact that a serving member of the Forum had journeyed here would be surprising enough, but him? Quite. I gleaned from this that they are taking the matter seriously. That may be, but why him and not one of the other 98 Forum members, unless he volunteered for it? It has been some time since you last saw your father, has it not? Could it be that he is concerned for your well-being? Perhaps, but he has always been reluctant to discuss his work with us. Indeed, and whenever we write to our parents, it is invariably our mother who replies. Nevertheless, I welcome the opportunity to meet with him after so long, even if it is secondary to his true purpose here. Elder Frixio, loath though I am to cut our visit short, we must return to Gridania. Pray accept my apologies along with my report. Never mind, there will be time to talk later. This one won't keep walking once for more urgent matters. Go. The audience will be held at the Lotus Stand where the Elder Seats here awaits even now. Let us be on our way. Oh, that person's name is Sad P. I'm sure it's something perfectly fine, but when it's shortened like that, it sounds like they're just taking a Sad P. I too would be sad if my name was Sad P and all of my P's were sad. I'm sure their name is perfectly fine. Etherite, Ethernet. Pop. Alright, we are almost on the 8-hour mark, and we still have the rest of this quest and a whole nother quest to go. Maybe this will last to 9 hours? That'd be impressive. Welcome, Warrior of Light. The Elder Seer and your friends are waiting within. My friends, I thank you all for coming so swiftly. Word of Master Fortuno's visit took us quite by surprise. When the Alliance granted Mistress Crow permission to request Charlane's aid, we did not anticipate so prompt a reply, much less that it would be delivered by a member of the Forum. What the nature of that reply may be, we shall soon discover. This can't end well. This is not gonna end well.
Elder Seedseer, I thank you for granting me this audience. I am Fortuno Levea, here in my capacity as representative of the Forum.
It is I who should thank you, Master Fortuno, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
It has been too long, Father. You look well.
As do you both. Ameliance will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourselves.
How is Mother?
She misses you terribly, of course, but is otherwise a picture of health. Circumstances apart, I'm grateful that our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And I believe I also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisoix, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
All thanks we owe to him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, it was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the Primals. Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
He would doubtless have been moved to hear you say so. I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene. And my position remains unchanged.
To chart the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Sharlayan stance.
It is more than that. It is our way of life. Who we are. But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the Forum's answer to your request. Sharlayan will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision? The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
The final days? Pray spare me your hyperbole. This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlemald. One in which Sharlayan will take no part. If the final days were truly upon us, we would know.
Father, you must ask the Forum to reconsider. You may feel safe on your little island across the waves, but if you imagine the Telophoroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all, themselves included.
Alphino is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye. If Eorzea falls, so too will Sharlayan. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders. It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Sharlayan. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline. But I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both. Have you forgotten why it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure? For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war. Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice? It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy. By fanning the flames of war, you forsake all you once held dear. I see your friend shares your misguided ideals. But unlike her, you should know better. By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Sharlayan and place all we have worked for in jeopardy. Alphino, Alisaie, as of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
What?
How you choose to live your lives is no longer my
Okay,
concern.
you're an asshole. That's what it
If you wish
is.
to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
Didn't you think I thought you looked pretty? You can go fuck yourself.
Master Fourcheneau, while Sharlayan may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us, that we might learn of Sharlayan's hopes for the morrow?
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
Well,
Wait!
Don't bother, Alisaie.
Sharlayan can go suck a fart.
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
All of those old, decrepit people can go suck a fart. So that's what he came here to say? That we're all fools for having the temerity to defend ourselves against the Telophoroi, and as for the rest... Like it or not, this was the Forum's decision, to watch from afar while Eorzea burns. Father was but the messenger, and as he handed down their judgment, I could think of nothing to say that could possibly sway him. I still can't. To have prolonged the discussion would have changed little, for it is not only Master Fourcheneau who must be persuaded, but the Forum as a whole. Their decision was made ere your father crossed the sea. Nor is it like to be changed, and so we shall face the Telophoroi without their aid. Forgive me, but if they had no intention of helping us, then why would they go to the trouble of sending an envoy in the first place? Why did they not simply keep their counsel as they are wont to do? Hanifer, has Master Fortuno arrived yet? Unfortunately. And it is as I feared. My efforts were in vain. I pleaded our case to as many forum members as I could, but they flatly refused to discuss the matter. No, that's not exactly true. I should rather say that they ignored every word I said on the subject without exception. It was almost unnerving. Could it be that they are hiding something from us? That might go some way to explain Master Fortuno's performance. When he said that they would know if the final days were truly upon us, I dismissed it as pride. But what if they genuinely believe they know how the world will end and simply disagree with us about the circumstances? That, I don't know, but something tells me they are not as unconcerned about the Telophoroi as they claim. If the threat weren't real, why else would they be so standoffish and secretive? I would very much like to delve deeper into this, but I'm afraid I've exhausted every avenue of inquiry. Nor have I fared any better with my other mission, researching Hydaelyn and the Aetherial Sea. I tried enlisting the help of experts in the field, but it appears the Forum has forbidden anyone from cooperating with us. Obstructed at every turn. Bunch of dickheads. So it would seem, but don't lose heart just yet. With all the knowledge and acquaintances that we have between us, we can still find a way forward. To that end, I would like you all to join me here. When the time is right, of course. I am aware that matters in Eorzea stand on a knife edge, but with your permission, I can at least start making the necessary arrangements. Please do. Excellent. Obviously, keeping the Telophoroi at bay must take precedence, but with luck, you'll be able to make the journey to Charlatan ere long. It may take a while to secure the entry for you all, but I'll let you know when everything is in order. Look after yourselves in the meantime, won't you? Speculations give me cause to hope. Yet if these seeds will bear fruit, I cannot say. It's possible the Charlatans hide some secret truth from us. There can be no certainty that its exposure will prompt in them a change of heart. And so, for the present, we must needs confront the plight in which we find ourselves. The Forum has refused our request for aid, and it falls to us alone to contend with the Telophoroi. Even with all of Eorzea standing united, there is no guarantee that we will prevail. What does Charlatan indeed intend to do if we fail? Have you ever heard such bullshit, Teddy? No, I haven't either. This is probably better. Crit vitality skill speed. Not that I really need food. But yeah, Teddy, I haven't heard such bullshit in ages. At last, the final quest, Death unto Dawn. Oh, Charlane's stance is indeed disappointing. We cannot allow ourselves to be distracted from the challenge before us. There is much and more to be done. I shall begin by sharing the Forum's response with my counterparts in the Alliance. Meanwhile, I would ask that the Scions... Grave tidings, walking ones. Grave tidings. Calm yourself, my gentle friend. What has occurred? These ones who went to see Feathered Ones send terrible news. Destroying ones have appeared in the Xelphatol. Destroying ones and captured ones and even frightful godly ones. Feathered Ones didn't stand a chance and were sent flapping and squawking. When did this happen? Is it too late to help them? Too late, yes, much too late, but luckily destroying ones were only passing through and continued on west. Feathered ones who did not fight were left unharmed. West, that would be Kurthus. My lady, the Ishgardians report that the Telophoroi have emerged from the eastern highlands of Kurthus and are marching at speed. Though their purpose has yet to be determined, the Cartano Flats would seem their most likely destination. Lord Aymeric has already dispatched his forces and requests our immediate support. Tell him he shall have it. The time has come for the Grand Company of Eorzea to prove its worth. Damn straight. We're gonna kick some butt, Teddy. Well, mayhap it is a mercy that we do not have time to stew upon our misfortunes. Come, my friends, let us make haste to Cartano. Wait, this one almost forgot. Destroying ones were said to be led by cackling roped one. This one must see that all walking ones know. Farewell. Yeah, I'm mad. Coconut Head's being a dickhead again. And Daniel? Who else? It was only a matter of time before that grinning maniac showed himself again. I shall have an airship ready to bear you to Cartano. Pray see to your preparations and report to the landing with all haste. Yes, quite. I'm ready to kick Coconut Head's sorry butt in. He has been nothing but an utter nuisance. So me and Teddy are going to kick his butt inwards. Does this teleport us to the airship landing? Yes, it does. Oh, we need to be... Okay, I'll go here. I was like, oh, airship landing. Oh, no, we have to be outside the inn. Okay, our gear is in good condition. We've got snacks. Oh, for Dola? Pennifer, it would seem Fordola here has come all the way to Gridania to find us. I have explained the situation, but she insists her business is urgent. Aye, and it'll be over sooner if you shut up and come with me. Okay. Oh no. Why is he in a wheelchair?
Arenvold! I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
It arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
Only because you're sitting down. Unless...
Afraid so. The Chirurgeons say I may never walk again. Come on, Alfino, it could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite. All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in. But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead.
I am no hero.
That's what they all say, though. No one ever calls themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide. Look, Alphino. You already are a hero. To me and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you, just as you believe in them. I know what's at stake, and how many people are depending on you. But I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through. That's why I'm entrusting my dreams to you. Like Albert and Owley once entrusted their dreams to me.
There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought. But now, I know just how heavy that burden can be. To tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I chose
Honestly,
the right
yeah.
path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold.
Like, I know it sounds kind of mean to say, but the game would feel more like there's more at stake if more characters were killed or left disabled.
I wouldn't presume to tell you. But I will say this.
And I mean, with the next expansion we're coming up to, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of that.
The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out. And everything you do for others. For a brighter future. I'm proud to call you my friend. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll let you go. I know you've got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, all right?
I shall, my friend. And we will meet again soon, I promise.
Nothing left for me to do but wave and smile.
You've got a pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero, do you know that? You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains? Alphino and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
There's not much chance of me living the quiet life with you around, is there?
If you're content to twiddle your thumbs thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. But I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
And I reckon you might be right. If there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
That's the spirit. But yeah, like, some MMOs are not so ready to just kill off characters. I've always liked that Final Fantasy XIV, if they feel it needs to be done, if it'll serve the story, they will kill off an important character and make sure you get to watch it. Like, they don't do it off screen, they will make you suffer through a character perishing. And I know that's absolutely going to happen quite a bit in Endwalker. And I am so excited to start Endwalker next Sunday, because we are now on the very last quest of post Shadowbringers, or pre-Endwalker, Death Unto Dawn. You can tell me later what that was all about, but judging by the set of Alphinaud's jaw, it appears to have done him some good. Thancred and the others have already left the Rising Stones, and according to the communications officer, Amalja and Kobold forces are also bound for Cartano as we speak. They mean to keep the promise they made in Alamigo, and we must do the same by saving as many of their tempered kin as possible. Anyway, the airship is ready to depart. We should get going. Upon joining the battle at Cartano, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to participate in the battle and view these scenes in their entirety. Oh, I love this part. Your progress through the battle will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost. Oh god, what outfit do I want to wear for this, though? Like, there's pajamas, there's this cozy outfit that I used in Heavensward. I've got this was last year's Halloween event. This is another cozy outfit I was using. That's a tank set. It's the Dark Knight set specifically, not just tank. And there's this, which also looks good. Tank. I could go back to K-pop. I could rock the OG K-pop look I was using for a while. And then I have Schoolgirl. Edgier Schoolgirl. Cokie colored K-pop. I think I might actually use this because this one's a really good look, especially for Reaper. Yeah, I'll use K-pop Cokie, because that is a good Reaper look. Let's do this. It is time to kick Coconut Head's sorry butt. Coconut Head deserves a major butt whooping, and it is time to give to him. So let us put on our smug cat face.
My fellow Scions, as I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Sharlayan, nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroid's grand design. And now, our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Of course. We will do what we always do. Deal with the ones our allies can't.
Exactly.
A less than daunting prospect, judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphinaud?
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
Gods be good, Alphinaud. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times. There is such a thing as overthinking, you know.
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear that Telophoroi have already arrived.
I'll do what I can to cure the Tempered, but they'll have to be incapacitated first.
Have care, my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground. Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
Listen well, friends, the Telophoroi are sweeping across Carteneau. As for the Ascian, he was briefly sighted above the battlefield but has since vanished. He likely intends to watch events unfold from afar. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to read all of that. That is too much to read in too little time.
Prepare yourself.
Let's give it our all.
Let's go, suckers. Dumb Garlean chumps. Let's go, motherfuckers. Get reaped on. Who was I supposed to go with? Thancred? Where'd Thancred run off to? Okay, this way. Estinian. Completely lost track of who was supposed to follow. Oh, that is sick. We're little puzzle pieces. Or chess pieces. Oh, we get to be Alisaie now? Let's go. Because I don't know Red Mage at all. I am just a lowly Reaper in Dark Knight. Magic Missile! Magic Missile! I cast Magic Missile at the darkness.
Allow me.
Ah, spicy! Spicy, spicy, spicy. Let's go. Chop, 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 chop.
Just the beginning.
Haha, gets clowned on, sucker. Oh, we doing the shiggy diggy. We're schmovin'. Oop, oop. Oh boy, Coconut Head. Do you see that? Glyph? Yes, how worried should we be? I'd probably be really worried, honestly. Listen well and judge for yourself. Though I can see ethereal currents, I had not thoroughly examined those that flow through the heart of Carno. But now that I'm here, things have become clear. The flats conceal an etheric confluence like to the pillars of the Azim Steppe, but greater in scale. Far greater. Glyphs that Fandaniel has conjured reach into its very midst. And I believe I know their purpose. Should the lunar primals destroy them, it would spark a chain reaction with the potential to obliterate the confluence entirety. The resultant disruption to the flow of Aether would sow chaos among the elements, prompting earthquakes, floods, and tempests large enough to lay waste to the realm. That he would go so far cometh as a little surprise. We must needs protect the confluence at all costs. Yeah, Coconut Head's being a dick. Coconut Head is 100% being a dick. Oh boy, Lunar Odin. I hate Odin. I utterly detest Odin. Also, I don't know how to play Astro. Like, I don't have any time to learn what my buttons do. That's a scroll combo. Okay, that just restores MP. That's... Oh, can I not put it on him, just myself? That's cringe.
I shall protect thee.
I tried, nerd. Shield bubble. Okay, so I gotta fight him and also protect the confluence, I assume. Oh, lovely!
My turn.
Oh, no. Where did you go, Odin? Ow.
Away with you!
Oh, what happened to my shield bubble?
Best defense is a good defense.
Oh god, where did Odin go? Good golly gosh, this is annoying. Get clowned on, Odin, you chump. Get clowned on. Big dumb nerd. Oh boy, Ravana. Ah, lovely Ravana. Rejoice in the glory of combat. I'm on fireball. Okay, at least Ravana's getting clowned on a decent bit. Are you gonna... Okay, chump. Wait, which one of these is break? Is that break? Yeah, that's break. And I tried nerd. That's Medica, that's Cure, that's... Oh boy, we're getting lifted. I specifically did not request for uppies, much less from a prime. Put us down, please. I did not request for uppies, Ravana. Wow, you're being rude. Well, of course you run off. Oh, are you kidding me? You're gonna keep spawning these, aren't you? Nope, nope, nope. Get braked. Get braked, sucker. Okay, that stops them. Okay, you can get clowned on, Ravana, you nerd. Let's go. Back to smug cat face. And it's back to us to deal with if... Yeah, I get to be me again. Let's go. Ain't no one better to be than me. Oh good, he does not have a half donut, so I don't have to use my any direction button. I can just smack him wherever I'm at, as much as I want, whenever I want. That's a problem and a half. That's not just a problem, that's 2 volt stacks. That's pain. Oh boy, I gotta destroy these.
You're finished.
You know, let's go, Ifrit, you nerd. Where you going? Where are you going? Well... In fact, get debuffed, nerd. Do less damage. Are you seriously going to do this when I pop my Enshroud, you piece of crap? Okay, fine, we're fighting nails. Or we're not. I do nothing to these nails, that's lovely. Okay, you go, Westinian. I am doing tiddlywinks of damage to the nails. Let's go, BB! We kicked his butt! Big, dumb, spicy nerd. Ha 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 ha. Get wrecked, OnlyFans Daniel. Coconut head looking motherfucker. Get clowned on.
And thus another plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Xenos thinks so highly of you. Not that this changes anything, you understand. You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
That was fun.
Glory be to Garlemald.
How fare the Tempered?
We've treated as many as we can, but some were beyond help.
Do not hang your head so, brave scions. Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, we are grateful for those whose minds have been restored. You could do no more, and that is enough. So please hold your heads high.
Should have been quicker, but I'll do better next time. Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless. We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right?
To the very end.
To the very end.
Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers. At an end, at last. Not just the main story, but the post-story, everything. We have been streaming for almost 9 hours, and we did all of patch 5.4, 5.5, and 5.55. I was not expecting to be streaming for 9 hours, but we did it. We are ready for Endwalker. Next Sunday, we begin Endwalker. And after the ad break, we will watch the trailer for Endwalker, of course. So I will let the credits roll through the ad break. Once credits have ended, once ad has ended, we will go to the main menu and watch the Endwalker trailer. And then we can find somebody to raid out to, and I know exactly who we're gonna raid out to. So for now, let us enjoy the credits, the art, the amazing art in the credits, the amazing music, and vibe until the ad break comes to its conclusion. Wanders the light, chapter in the ride. We roam. We roam. We roam. I didn't know Xenos and Sicard share a voice actor. They sound so different. Yeah. It better not show it better not show the clip I'm thinking of. I couldn't handle it when I played 5.3 last week. Better not show that clip, that little scene. It hurt so much then, it'll hurt again now. Man, we've got quite a week ahead of us. We're streaming the other half of VCAT tomorrow. We're starting La Milana 2 on Wednesday. We are streaming more Skyrim on Friday. And then next Sunday, we start Endwalker. We start our walk to the end. And I am so excited for all of it. Everything we have planned this week. It's gonna be a very good week. It's not often I have valid reason to use my happy tears expression. I know for a fact Endwalker is going to be using tears of joy and tears of sadness so much. And I can't wait for every moment of it. Every moment of Endwalker is going to be amazing. I have no clue how much credits there is left, so we can skip. The credits are as good as always. Get art of the characters, you get scenes. I trust you all enjoyed a comfortable flight aboard the Pride of the Ishgardian fleet. Lest you worry, the Bonanza has been towed to a nearby location to be retrieved at your convenience. You have thought of everything, Lord Aymeric, and may I say how much I appreciated the hospitality you afforded us on the way home. Think nothing of it. Our destination lay in the same direction, and it afforded me the perfect opportunity to learn how my errant friend has been since last he took his leave. It would seem you have finally found a place to settle down. I merely grew weary of wandering the Far East. Returning to more serious matters, while the Telophoroi have been driven from Carteneau, 'tis like that the bulk of their forces yet remain. On the evidence of the Grand Company of Eros' first joint military operation, however, I am confident that we have the potential to meet such threats head-on even without the aid of you and yours. As such, while our forces keep the Telophoroi at bay, I would ask that you apply your talents to the task of neutralizing the towers. A sensible division of labor. While the towers remain, so too will the threat of the lunar primals. And given our expertise in the field of aetherology, we are better qualified to find a solution. That we are, especially should it happen to lie beyond the Alliance's dominion. There is a time and place for formal investigations, of course, but certain secrets are wont to hide where only enterprising individuals may venture. I could not agree more. There are none better suited to this task, nor any upon whom I would rather rely. On behalf of the Alliance, I thank you. We look forward to receiving any information you are able to uncover. And with that, I must take my leave. Should you have need of assistance, pray do not hesitate to ask. Fare you well, my friends. I confess I had hoped to be able to study the towers more closely, vital as they plainly are to the Telophoroi's plans. If we can discern their ultimate function, we will be one step closer to understanding our enemy's grand scheme. Should we succeed in neutralizing them, of course, it is all but certain that the Telophoroi will mount an all-out invasion. And then it will begin. The one who awaits at the heart of the chaos will come for us. For you. Yet in the end, our true nemesis may be the calamity to end all calamities, the final days themselves. Yes, alright, Alphino, we need a plan, not portents. As Thancred so eloquently pointed out, we are in a position to seek information from all manner of places, not least... Sharlayan. According to Cryle, the Forum have been more secretive than ever of late, but this may be related to the appearance of the Telophoroi. That remains a matter of speculation. But one thing is clear, the Forum is determined to keep us from discovering the truth. Master Fortuno's performance at the Lotus Stand was enough to convince me of that. The matter beareth further investigation, I do heartily concur. Nor can I think of a more promising place to look for the answers we seek on the matter of the towers. Sharlayan hath ever been the wellspring of aetherological knowledge. I care not where we go, here or there my lance will be ready. And what of you, Pannifer? Might you be persuaded to join us? Of course. Lot of course for Sharlayan. Whoop whoop. Here, here. It is time we laid bare the Telophoroi's dark designs. It appears we are in agreement. We have but to wait for Cryle to secure the necessary permissions. In the meantime, there is a matter I would investigate. Does it involve tall structures? By strange coincidence, it does. At present, I have only a creeping suspicion, but with your help I will soon find out whether my fears are warranted. Shush. You learned the emote shush. Oh, he has a scythe now. Let's go. He's reaping. We're both reaping. We're both reapers. Oh no, no, captions. No, why did you do that? That's terrible. Captions, why? I don't like that.
My plan
Captions, you're being cringe.
from Cartano came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure.
Womp womp.
Which does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within reach.
That is a spooky looking tower.
The time has come to fulfill your heart's desire, my desire! To relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence!
You're crazy, Coconut Head.
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon. Then you shall come to me, all roiling rage and rancor. And the stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
As I thought, the ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
That doesn't sound good.
It was the same in Thanalan. Make that every location we surveyed.
And the strength of each current has diminished dramatically, far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
That's not good at all.
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became. In short,
The towers are drawing upon the land's ether, which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
That's very much not good.
Our allies must be informed of this. We should return to the Rising Stones and have Tataru relay our findings to them.
Hear me. Hear me.
Eh?
Hear me. Hear me.
Crystal Mommy, is that you?
Darkness comes, and with it, the end.
You're not a Crystal Mommy.
The fate of the star is in your hands.
Oh, but you're pretty though.
Everything all right back there?
At solemn dawn, grim purpose shines, and gazes cast toward moonlit sky. Thus does our final curtain rise, your steps to guide what end betides. It is, in fact, Endwalker time. But not today, because we have been streaming for 9 hours. However, it is just time for... first we're gonna... Shush. Shush. And then we're going to log out and watch the Endwalker trailer. Amber autumn tide, going swiftly, fire as shadows crash, forgotten footfalls engraved in ash. Fade away.
The final days were upon us. The fabric of the star had begun to fray, its land rent by tooth and claw.
This is so cool. Swing. Hey yo, Paladin bro. Ooh, Alphino gets a glow up. Alice gets a glow up. They both get glow ups, let's go. This is Rebel. Come on.
As the chaos spread, the star seemed doomed to unravel.
Oh my god, look at the titty tentacle demons. I hope we get to fight a lot of the titty tentacle demons.
Those who stood in defiance of that fate.
of blood, born from blood of a fallen brother. Thunder still, oath fulfilled, now we yearn for freedom.
As we feared, the respite afforded this land was but fleeting. The end draweth nigh.
A song of hope, she dances on the wind. Higher, oh higher, ere a thousand doors. And tall the doors where we carry on. This is such a good song. Such a good expansion theme. Tumbling down to the nether.
Sharlayan would keep its counsel while the world is lost to ruin.
It would. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must then, but we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
I remember seeing this trailer when it first came out, and it was the most hyped thing ever. Like, the Shadowbringers trailer was so good, but then this dropped, and like everybody was freaking out. Like, this was so hype. It's still so hype. We get to go to the frickin' moon. Let's go. Begins, forge ahead. Oh, I'm so freaking excited to start Endwalker on next Sunday. For now, we have finished our 9 and almost a half hours of Final Fantasying for the day. So we are going to raid out. And I already know who we're going to raid into. I definitely need, like, it's 8:30. I just need a shower. I need a bath or something. We're going to raid and then lurk a little, and I'm going to get another bite to eat. So for now, let us do bop and bop bop. And now twitch.tv. Raid Cookie. So, my lovely, amazing, fantastic catfish, I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your Sunday and start to your week. And remember, Big Sis loves you always.